We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died. Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals, their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Barakat Salah. This is the Front Burners on Souq News TV. I am Blessing AH. So our Muslim brothers have been on a fast for the past 30 days, and finally the fasting period, Ramadan, has been concluded, and it is now Salah. It is now time to celebrate. Yesterday actually was the main Salah day. Today's public holiday because after that kind of fast and breaking of the fast, there has to be some rest and then some enjoyment. With the hope that for our Muslim brothers and sisters, your prayers have been answered, and that what the Spirit teaches, love and forgiveness, sacrifice, we will continue to imbibe them even as we go beyond the Ramadan season. Welcome to the show. It's a special one today. We're talking about critical issues as always, as we do on the Front Burners. Dr. Dawsa Samanze and Oyipri Krimala, my partners on the show, are also here. I can't run on the show without having them by my side. Good morning, Doc, and good morning, Pri.
Eid Mubarak.
Good morning to you. And good morning, Blessing.
You seem like you've eaten lots of, I don't know, ram. You
Yeah.
had a lot to eat. So your voice is kind of low this morning.
Where's the time to eat the ram? We're at work.
Yesterday. Salah, yeah.
I think it started today, is it not?
No, yesterday was Salah. Today is also Salah.
Well, Bakari Salah to all our Muslim friends across the country.
All right, straight away, let's get on with the day's business. We get to talk more about Salah, get to talk about religion and national development much later on the show. But now let's look at some stories that made it into the news and check out some headlines quickly. One of them we'll be taking a look at now says that the president has signed a new investment law to boost Nigeria's capital market. So President Bola Tinubu signed the Investment and Securities Act 2024, marking a significant step in Nigeria's capital market reform. So this new law replaces the Investment and Securities Act 2007, which is said to be outdated and does not cover some complexities and recent development around the capital market. Nigeria's capital market, as of 28th of March, the capitalization there was about 64 trillion naira, and then all-share index was over 105,000. There are several companies that are listed in the Nigerian stock exchange, and it's a market where individuals, businesses, and even government do business there. So it's for long-term investments where you trade in stocks, and there are stocks that pretend to bring in higher returns at the end of the day. So it's one sector, one part that has to be focused on a lot, because investors who put in their money in the capital market want to be sure of regulation that enables the market to thrive, regulation that enables the markets to be transparent and for the operators to be accountable. And so this new act will empower SEC more to regulate the activities ongoing in the capital markets. Doc?
Well, I think the Nigerian capital market in recent time had actually been doing well after all the issues of loss of trust by investors locally. And a lot of people have not participated. And I think in recent time, the managers of the market has done quite incredibly well, that integrity is being restored to the system, and now it's becoming more seamless, and it was just natural to have a broad regulations that removes all the inhibitions in terms of regulations, in terms of protecting the investment of people. How do we deal with the issues and allow state also to be able to partake in some of all these activities, really make the new law quite exciting. And I think consecutively in the last 5 years, the stock exchange market has performed brilliantly well, better than any other market globally. And I think that's a plus for us. We need to ensure that regulation is strengthened and tightened is something that cannot be overemphasized.
Okay, so one of the key reforms that Mr. Imamotiri Agama was talking about, apart from the consummation of the Securities and Exchange Commission as the main authority, the apex authority regulating the Nigerian capital market, it also spoke about the regulatory powers that it has, to make sure that local practices, are aligned with international best practices, so that the investor confidence will be regained, not only just locally, but foreigners who will to come participate in the sector. But one other part that caught my attention was the assets, digital assets, that the market intends to go into, to give it a regulatory and legal framework to be able to operate very well. So when you say digital asset, I was asking myself, what sort of digital asset is he talking about? Is it the same digital asset when we go into the space that the federal government has banned?
I had a feeling you were going there.
Yeah, oh, your feeling is right. So if the government, we are going to be talking about digital assets, the reformation of digital assets, and how the Nigerian stock market is going to be acknowledging that, because it will be playing a key role, and now that we are having these regulations ongoing, then it should be that probably the government will need to be advised, including the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Minister of Finance, so we can retrace a footstep whereby the federal government has disbanded some digital asset and it's no more operational in this climb. If we can bring it back to life, because if we do not bring it back to life for people or Nigerians or locals to participate in, and we are giving it a legal framework for it to operate freely in the Nigerian stock market, then it looks as if this tripod in which it should stand, one of them, has broken off. So we need the regulation, because it should go outside, because I don't think the Securities and Exchange Commission operates unilaterally and independently. It also, in some cases, depends on the operation of the banking system also, because it has some form of connection to it, and some other merchant banks also. So if we can lay haze and bring all of it to a wall.
The Security Exchange Commission
Nigerian exchange, the principal operator. Every other person is like a client to the system. So whether they are the banks, they are the clients. Now, even governments are now, by this new act, state governments now can even go to the market to float issue, whether it's a right issue or public offer, in order to raise funds for development purposes within their states. Now, that's an innovation that came in. But talking about digital assets, you also will realize that the CBN themselves didn't outrightly ban digital assets. What is the problem is the fact that we don't have a regulatory framework. And I'm not thinking that they're even doing this outside of the control of the CBN, because CBN even has registered already licensed to digital assets, yes, already. So I don't think it's something that's strange that we need to think about again, because globally, and everybody understands this is where we're going. So what is important is that we start to make laws and regulations to cover that space. You know, we talked about Ponzi scheme the last time.
Yes.
Everybody having to put things out there, and people are falling prey to some of all these things. These are the things that we need to see the law protect, so that people are not just on the whole space doing things and there's nobody who is oversighting them. And I think that's for me why it's important that the laws have to be written, so that if you want to participate in that sector, then you have to follow the proper channel and proper documentation, so that you don't become victim of, the society don't become victims of people who are very smart.
And I think that going to security, going to digital assets, so bringing cryptocurrencies into what could be governed or what will be regulated by Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, is very important, and it's a good way to actually scrutinize what happens there. A lot of persons would like to trade crypto, but because of how the trade currently is being handled, some persons are skeptical and very, very cautious, so they do not want to step into that area at all. But if it's now under the regulation of the Securities and Exchange Commission, it means that, so this is now a legal trade. This is now being scrutinized, and then there'll be more sensitization, because you have brokers now who would be trading for people or enlightening them, unlike what you have that is just person to person. There are no regulation around it. If you're lucky to get someone who is able to enlighten you and maybe trade for you without defrauding you. But when you have brokers who are now into digital assets, doing that for you, it's just like you had brokers who make investments in stocks on your behalf. So you can have that confidence. And let's not shy away from it, that lots of countries are making money and through cryptocurrency trade because of the value of the Bitcoin and some other coins that are doing well in the crypto markets. But aside that, overhauling the Investment and Securities Act to ensure that it has a broader coverage right now is good, because the progress that the capital markets has made over the years has been sustained too by the regulation of the Securities and Exchange Commission. And they will be limited if they do not have a framework that enables them to touch on areas that they would want to, or that they need to. So I think it further enables the Securities and Exchange Commission to do more, and to, particularly in the area of digital asset now, and even now saying that under digital assets, you would have, under the new act, you also have investment contracts being covered. So it's not just stocks. It doesn't just end at capital markets or digital asset now. There are other aspects of investment that are now covered. So this is in line with global best practices, and it's a good one. So when investors are looking for markets to put their money, they're looking at what's happening. What's the framework that guides the operations of this market? So yes, it's one that will really help the markets to grow more.
Okay, so I have the Securities and Exchange Commission document here where they're giving the new rules of issuance, offering platforms and custody of digital assets, and some of the definition that that the Securities and Exchange Commission gave to it. So it is obvious that, like Doc said, they are really the regulatory authorities, and they are opening up the space, not just for only local participation, but equally for foreign participation. And it would have been very, very fine if they would have taken a step further, just the way the government came out the first time and made an announcement, and the whole nation, caught the cold. And some people had to relocate from the country because they see that they cannot really run that sort of digital business over here. If we are going through that route, to be best and fine for the Securities and Exchange Commission to make it very public, because this would not be public enough, to be very, very public so that Nigerians who want to invest in it can do that. I have a few definitions here. I don't know if we have the time for me to quickly read them out. So for the purpose of these rules, digital asset means a digital token represent assets such as debt or equity claim on issuance. Digital asset offering, just the way you have IPOs. It said digital asset offering shall include ICOs, ICOs meaning initial coin offering, and other distributed ledger technology, DLT, which it offers of digital assets. Then international coin, I beg your pardon, initial coin offering means a distributable or distributed ledger technology, capital raising involving the issuance of tokens to the general public in return for cash, cryptocurrencies, or other assets. Then, lastly, it said, initial coin offering project, the underlying business or project referred to in a white paper for which the issuer seeks to raise capital through an initial digital asset offering. So this actually means even the recognition of cryptocurrency as an asset.
Yeah, but that is what it is. Nobody is saying it's not an asset. And I think what most states are trying to do, even including the United States of America today, to say, yes, we have to allow this thing, because we can't wish it away. A lot of people, I know of somebody who was into haulage some years ago, and then, of course, sell all his trucks and put it in Bitcoin. And what he was looking at was the fact that, look, this is where current world is going. So a lot of people have already stocked their resource. So you can imagine people would have assets selling them and put it in Bitcoin. But you see, at that point, what governments were doing all over the world was to say, these things are not within the radar and control of any nobody. So the risks are very high. How do we mitigate those risk factors? Is actually why, of course, we're seeing our nations trying to write laws around these things so that it becomes like a legal offer that within the market you can oversight. And then people who are registered on the SEC can actually submit their financial dealings. And of course, it's overseen, and we'll see that these people are not fraudulent people.
Yes.
So I think that is where the new act has become very relevant, because before now, nobody talked about cryptocurrency, so it was not in the act. In the old act, it was not there. So you have to deliberately put it. It's just like we're also seeing that there's an any that is coming in here. The tax does not cover it. So we have to find a way to put this in order the purview of government, that if people are doing trade within their space, then of course they are not just running away with all the profits without leaving tax behind. And the only way to check this is when, of course, it is put in a structured market where their books can be examined from time to time.
So all right, so let's move away from that to the demand for credit. So the report has it that credit demand is rising on likely Nigeria rate cuts. So according to the CBN credit survey done, it shows that there's a tendency for more demand for credit by businesses to happen, as there is hope that due to the inflation rate after the rebasing and some other economic factors showing that the economy is picking up, so more businesses might be applying for loans, and the consumer lending rate lending might also increase in terms of loans, mortgages. So ensure that money goes round in the economy. So that brings us to the coming Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the CBN, the next one. With this expectation, it would be good that really rates actually do get reduced. What do you think, Doc?
Yeah, I think we cannot overstress that fact. We cannot be talking about a stimulus in an economy whose rate is over 20%. Because it's only very few business you will do and make 20% of gain. So if the cost of borrowing is far, far more exceeding the profit margin for a prospective business, then there's a big challenge. So what that means is that prices of your goods and services are unnecessarily very high because you have to ensure that you meet that rate and then put your margin on it. And what that also will mean in the long run is that you are not competitive in the global economic space. So I remember there was a certain Zimbabwe who was arguing at one Food and Agricultural Organization Summit, and he was saying, look, how can a Japanese borrow facility at 3%? And me, I'm borrowing at 40%. And you expect two of us to go compete in the same market. And that's not fixable. There was a certain United States congressman who once argued on the floor of the Congress that the problem in Africa, for example, is not to give them more money, aid or grant. That's not their problem. The problem is that we have made this society not to be economic friendly because we have given them loan, and these nations are struggling to prove to the Bretton Woods institutions that they are able to pay back those loans. And what that means is that they are increasing the rate of interest for all the facility because of the factor that's associated. And therefore, businesses are not liquid. They can't borrow because it's high. And that what should be done for African nations is not to give them more money, is to ensure that we drive the rate of interest downward so that it can become very attractive, and whatever thing we produce here, we can compete in the international market. And that is what the CBN must be looking at. And one of the things that has been driving this conversation around rate increase was the fact that there are too much money in circulation. But I don't think CBN is calculating that right, because those money they think is in circulation, it's not in the hands of the very poor who needs to survive. And therefore, because there are money in two persons' hands, and then you punish a 30 million population for it makes no sense. So we must look for more creative ways to ensure that this money that we are seeing in circulation is mobilized and moped up into the vote, and then, of course, you can control how they go out at the end of the day. But rate increase will not solve inflation problem in Nigeria. It rather will exacerbate it rather than actually pulling it down.
Okay. So one of the reasons I was given for why businesses are coming forward for credit to be able to access, it's the reduction of inflation. Is that really? Like,
the economy was rebased, so inflation rates dropped because of the rebasing. So if we look at it now, 24 as against 34.80 before the rebasing.
That's very good. What a product! It's quite productive.
Not like it changed, but I know where you're going to. So let's say it as it is. Call a spade, right? It is not as if inflation has dropped. Because of the rebasing, the figure is less, and not like inflation rate has dropped. We'll wait for the inflation rate at the end of March, which will be released by the NBS, to see if inflation rate has dropped. But for now, because of the rebasing. The figure is less.
Okay, so let's just say the bank. Let's just say the bankers, the commercial, the deposit money banks, the commercial banks, the lenders. Let's say, is this what they're working with? If they want to, are they working with the inflation rate of the debased economy, or they are working with the real inflation rate, which is the reality.
The rebased economy,
about
the rebased rates would be seen as the actual inflation rate because it has been rebased. So that's the rate that the rate.
Yeah, but that does not actually reflect what is in the market. It doesn't
the
even
bank
reflect
needs to
the price of foodstuff in the
yes,
market. It doesn't
calculate
reflect what actually the economy is telling, because that's just only what appears in black and white and on paper. While the banks may want to work with that, I don't think they're really going to work with that in dealing with the persons that they are going to issue out their monies to as a way of credit.
It's the CBN that will fix the FR based on the inflation rates.
Commercial banks is going to lend and say, okay, if there's going to be a variation, if I'm lending to you and I'm calculating the inflation, so now they are not going to base it on 34 because they are not lending because of the price of tomatoes in the market. They are lending thinking how inflation is going to grow in the near future. So what's the baseline now? The fresh baseline now is the 24%, not the 34. That's the basis upon which they are going to calculate. But fundamentally, I don't think it's the inflation that determines the rate of lending. There are a lot of factors that puts into the rate of lending. Yes, inflation could be one of them to say, okay, we are expecting that prices are changing, and therefore, if we give you money today, coming back in the next year, but now have a new base upon which this is going to be calculated. But look at it also. In reality, prices are looking a little stabilizing. And that's what the economists are seeing. And so with time, we're going to see what's the actual. If your inflation rate is put at that high, it creates a lot of distortion in terms of calculation because, again, don't forget that the last rebase was done some 13 years ago. And now, if you put the value and the figure with COVID-19 coming, with the Ukrainian war and the logistics challenge that affected prices and the rest of it, you'll find that it will be 40. And I think that is the essence of the rebasing.
Okay, so if in that sense, that means the CBN, though they said it for 27.5%, which is the interest rate, the banks will be working with that. And as many as who would like to access loans for business expansion or for deals, like it is like the excerpt says, if it's really going to be captured in that sense, so that they are not just only seeing that, okay, what we are working with is just on, we are working with the reality, but in the eyes of the public, we put something else, that this is what is in the eyes of the public. We are actually working with this level of 34% or 20%.
I can't wait to see that our lending rate is single digits.
Wow, that would be an excellent one. If it does happen, it would be a miracle. Yeah. And it would be good for businesses. Imagine this lending rate of, let's say, even 9%. 9%. That would be awesome for businesses. So it means that for every business that takes a loan, by the time the commercial banks add theirs, to go to maybe like 12% maximum. That would be good. So businesses will not be under so much pressure to repay loan. And then we will see that also, we should find the effect in the reduction in the cost of prices of, in the cost of goods and services, because they are not calculating 28%, they're not calculating 32% on their loans. So the burden of repayment is not as heavy as it is right now. We hope to get there, but realistically, I doubt that we're close to when we'll get single digit.
It's a prayer we want
to pray to actually be answered and come to pass. But
because it will go a long way, really, in addressing the challenges that we face. Because if you are doing your cash flow, you have to calculate the rate of your borrowing as part of your input cost, so it raises the price. So if it drops to 9%, you can imagine what prices will look like in the market.
Yes, because according to the survey and data released by the CBN, the services sector, which is the largest contributor to the economy, they are the most recipients of credit from the banking sector, followed by the industrial sector. So these two sectors are key. Services sector, so when prices of services reduce, we will be having less inflation. When prices of goods at the end of the day reduces, we'll be having less inflation because these two sectors are key contributors to the economy. Let's leave it there and hope for the best as there's going to be another MPC meeting coming soon, probably around April or May. Between that time, the CBN should have another monetary policy committee meeting to evaluate the economy, and then we'll be knowing what the outcomes would be. So that will be that will let us know what the decisions they arrived at to be and what the interest rate will be pegged at. Maybe somewhere around 24%, not to be very optimistic, but maybe somewhere around 24.
20, maybe 20.
Okay. See, lots of optimism this morning. So yes, I really wish that the CBN governor, Olayemi Kaduso, is watching. So Doc says single digits, Priya says 20%, I say 24%. It should be around that. Let's take a break, return for policy discuss this day.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Many thanks for staying tuned. This is Policy Discourse on the front burners. Since the President of the United States, Donald Trump, made the announcement resuspending the USAID, which is US aid funding, it sent shocks down the spine of several international organizations which were sustained by the US aid funding. So now, what will happen to those organizations that were being funded by the US aid? Now, one of those international organizations is the WHO, the World Health Organization, which has now cut its budget by 20% due to the current development that the USA has actually suspended funding for its aid programs. What's going to happen when WHO cuts its spending by 20%? And for other local NGOs that were sustained, supported, funded by the USA programs, how will they function? Will people lose their jobs? Will some organizations be shutting down? Will those who were receiving humanitarian support through these aid programs be able to find alternative supply, alternative sources? This will form conversation at this point in time. As we bring in our guest who joins virtually is Ejike Okpa, as a global affairs analyst, and he joins from Dallas, Texas. Good morning. It's morning here. I don't know what time it is in Texas.
Good morning. It's 2:13 a.m.
Oh, apologies for taking you away from beautiful sleep, sweet sleep. All right, now let's look at the conversation. So good enough that you are in the U.S., the country that wields so much power, not just political power. The U.S. wields economic power because once the U.S. said we were suspending funding for USAID, it's made a lot of international organizations shiver and by extension, some countries that were receiving support from these programs are at a loss as to what to do. Though it's suspended there after the evaluation period, funding might resume, but maybe not for all the programs. What's your thoughts regarding the rationale given by the president for the suspension of the U.S. aid?
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for the question. I've always believed that, U.S. should not be subsidizing the life of people in the world. As much as we want to support growth and development, it shouldn't be a waste. The American taxpayer shouldn't be taxed for wasteful, activities in countries where there are lazy minds. All they want to do is sit around and wait for manna to fall from heaven, and so that they can live their life. I think I'm not a fan. I want to put out this out. I'm not a fan of the World Bank. I'm not a fan of the IMF. I'm not a fan of UN, WTO, and any of those organizations. I think any country that is serious about its own development should try to come up with internal resources in order to do what, to put their own country ahead of anybody else. It's a competitive world, even though we say it's a global economy, yeah, it's not a global country. So when people now fold their hands and become welfare recipients, because what these aids and grants are doing is making some people lazy. They're not pushing them to, they're not challenging them to come up with ways so that they too can be relevant. Who gives America money when America needs anything? Nobody. So, we have a president who's now showed up and said, no, we're not going to do this anymore. I mean, because the American taxpayer is not a Father Christmas, or Santa Claus that shows up and hands you something. We too have our own issues, and we too are facing it. And we said, hey, is there some money out there we are giving to the world that is not needed? And then we're coming out with those answers. And so what countries needs to do is to find a way to transition those people that have been dependent on this aid, to find a way to employ them locally, or too bad. Like I always say, it's tough luck. If you can do it for yourself, tough luck. And so that's where we are on it. Some of this program will come back, but we are doing audit. Any organization, whether you're a nonprofit or government or private, you go back and look all the time. What are those things that you need to cut in order for you to be stay afloat to yourself? If US is not afloat, then that it means every other person that is dependent on those grants and aids is not going to be afloat.
Thank you so very much, Ejike, for being with us this morning. Some people also have looked at this as Donald Trump taking a pound on WHO after the Wuhan crisis that led to the loss of election in 2020. What's your take on this?
I'm sorry, what your question is what?
Yeah, that some people think that Donald Trump is on a revenge mission against WHO, given the challenge that he had to encounter in the last election before this one from the Wuhan virus, that WHO was taking side.
No, well, let me put it this way. Some of these organizations are supposed to be advisory and no longer dictatorial. So they're supposed to advise on what they see, and then countries should now use their own internal resources and decide if they want to go with the WHO. So, during the COVID, it is proven that WHO was colluding with China, was colluding with the Democratic Party in order to force what they think their own agenda. We have a robust healthcare as industry in America, or infrastructure, far better than most countries. So why should World Health Organization, run out of Geneva, come in and begin to tell us what to do? Whether that led to Trump not winning the second term consecutively, it is irrelevant. The thing is that such organizations now should become advisory or consulting. If a nation needs them for what they do, you go and consult them, but not where they come in and issue blanket, order. This is what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do. America is not beholden to any global organization. No country should. If they have their own acts together, you could listen to what they are doing, and you go back to your own drawing table and figure out what do you agree with them or not.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Now, I want to bring this conversation from a different perspective. In global politics and international relations, no country is seen or perceived to be an island by itself, or neither is a tree considered to make a forest. Nations depend on each other. And in fact, international trade have made it possible for countries to relate with each other, to transact businesses and deals, both in goods and services and products across borders. The world has become a global village. International trade has been promoted by even the United States of America, that opened the space for countries both in the global south and in the global north to collaborate very efficiently. And if the action from one of its members is going to cause harm to other members, it will be seen as something that will be doing a colossal damage to the economy of lesser countries that are not as privileged as the United States of America. As we speak, about from $5.3 billion of the World Health Organization annual budget has been reduced to $4.2 billion. A funding gap of $600 million is completely off the table. And as we speak to you, there are companies and organizations, civil society organizations and non-governmental organizations in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, including Asia, are suffering because of this action. That doesn't look like the role that the United States used to play. It's denting its image. Now, can the government, how would you address it from this perspective? That during the time of the Democrats, the United States was in a very good relationship with its members globally. And now the Republicans on sit, and it's as if the United States is now practicing protectionism or removing its hand from the aid to help other countries to grow.
Well, thank you for the question. Look, I said in an earlier comment that, we're in a global village, but we're not in a global country. We don't have one global passport. We don't have one global currency. In your earlier segment before I joined in, you were talking about interest rate. In America, I can borrow money at 4% for 30 years or 40 years. Can any country do it? No, because we have been able to build financial infrastructure with, creative financial instruments to enable us do what we do. We don't care what the dollar is doing outside. I go buy my house. I have a 30-year mortgage fixed rate. What does that do? It makes the taxpayer know that, hey, for the next 30 years, this is what I'm going to be paying. But back to your question, have you heard about the expression, he who pays the piper dictates the tone? If America is paying, America then is going to dictate the tone. Every country has what they call the sovereign rights. You should not subject yourself to the wishes of somebody else. Trade are two ways you do trade. Trade can be bilateral or multilateral. The most important thing is the relationship you have with a particular country, not the relationship you have with 200 or so countries out there. You're supposed to be selective. Okay, you don't just trade with everybody. You don't just import from everybody. You have to also work on developing your own domestic strength to become a resilient country. When I came to America, I paid 698 naira 50 kobo. That was 1987. Okay, that amount of money today will not buy you a bottle of beer in Nigeria. So, what is the Nigerian institution? What are the Nigerian governments doing? In order to strengthen the naira. When Obasanjo took over in 1999, the naira was, if you had 1 million naira, you had an equivalent of almost $12,000. Today, 26 years or so after this democracy, if democracy is a panacea for economic development, how come we've gone from $12,000 to to 650. I mean, everybody who's an economics in Nigeria or leader should pull back and say, what is it that we are missing? At one time, you were on the world stage. Now you are a bigger nation. You should put a shame on anybody who is an economics or policy leader in Nigeria and say, we have to go back. So nobody should be blaming America. America is there for America. And then if America sees something that favors its own interests, it's going to lean in and see how it's going to take advantage. But people shouldn't therefore their hands and say, oh, America is coming to our rescue. I'm a proponent that America should not be the policeman of the world or spread itself so thin that it's no longer relevant. So World Health Organization or whatever other organizations, other countries, whether they're in Asia or in Africa, I mean, Mexico is south of us. They have their challenges. Canada is south of us. They have we don't care about those people. To be honest, I live in Dallas. I don't care about what is going on in Oklahoma because economic development has to be localized. It has to be relevant to the area you live. You can't spread yourself thin. I mean, so when you take that focus, you become more able to be resilient and not think that just like your neighbor. If your neighbor's house is on fire or your own house is on fire, what do? You focus on what it is you can do. You take from neighborhood to region and regions to global present. That's how these things work. We can't just come out and jump. So I wrote an article one time. If the world economy were to be under one currency, the Western economy will collapse. But they're not going to do it, and then you can't force them to do it. So what you have to do is, what can you copy and paste? We have Nigerians have gone to school in every university in the world and oftentimes graduated on top of their class. When you hand them that paper, what do? They go home, doctor, ambassador, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, they can't even produce. Electricity has existed in Nigeria since 1896 and still cannot produce 10,000 megawatts of power. That's what it takes to run Dallas, city of Dallas. So we, sometimes you have to be shamed, you have to be shocked in order for you to do or wake up. And most countries in the world haven't decided to wake up. They just decided to look around and say, oh, who's going to give you what? Nobody anytime people give you something or help you out, it has no relevance. What you should be looking for is investment and partnership because those are the key things that recognizes reward and return as well as skill set.
Okay. Talking about development, economic development being local, when the U.S., when USAID funding was suspended by the president of the U.S., so the Nigerian government moved to provide some form of measure to support the health sector, which would be impacted by this. And also, there are several NGOs that are supported by USAID, working with them to provide support in health sector, in communities that are affected by conflict, in IDPs. Now, do you think that without the support of the U.S., agreed you talked about how governments of other nations, African nations like even Nigeria, should be there for their people, providing support. But do you think, given the situation, this local support will be sufficient without international support like that which is coming from USAID?
Again, I'm trying to find the way to put it. Sovereign rights. Every nation is sovereign. You are entitled to your currency. You are entitled to a whole lot of other things. But remember, in a competitive world, when you make yourself a doormat, what is going to happen? People are going to jump all over you. So countries should be, nation building is a 24/7, 365-day endeavor. You don't at any point fold your hands. Politics is a seasonal thing. It's good, it's bad, but you have to do what is the baseline? What is it that we're trying to achieve? Most countries have lost focus on that. They're looking for somebody to prop them up. Heads of states run around, looking for things, give me, help me. In the dictionary of economics, two words don't exist, and those words are help and give. If you really want to make your nation, stand up, you have to lean on the ways of what investment and partnership. And in that case, you go wooing, you got the recruiting. You know, sometime I read an article called the Index of Nations. When you become relevant to yourself, what you want to do is you look at countries in the world that are doing things that you like, and you say, how can I tap into that? And the way to do it is through partnership and through investment. The interest rate, you know, like you guys were talking in an LS, is the most important aspect of economic development, the cost of money. You know, when you look in the case of Nigeria, where people are charging you 25, 30%, how are you going to survive? And then I don't even hear the Nigerian financial experts talk about, they talk about interest rate on borrowed money. They don't talk whether it's interest only or amortizing debt. Because if you try to amortize 1 million units, regardless of the currency, over 10 years, it would choke anybody in that particular country. So you have to look at what are the terms and conditions, not just taking money. You know, there's been trillions of dollars given to African nations, and today a lot of them have no proof of what they have done with that money. So money is not air. Money has a DNA, and you have to be able to use it to make it work for you. Again, like I said, you know, when I bought my house, you know, 1995, my interest rate was what, 3.5% for 30 years. So it doesn't matter what my income level is, I know what I owe my bank every particular month. As my asset is appreciating in value, I know my debt is dropping, and the delta between the appreciation and the lower balance on my mortgage is what gives me wealth. In order for you to be wealthy, you have to have equity and debt. In the case of Africa, everybody's talking about cash. You look at the shares of most Nigerian banks. I looked at the shares of the UBA. It's 3 cents a share. And this is a bank that has existed since 76-year-old bank. And you are trading at that. So it is, and then you look at all the banks. You look at even the richest black man in the world, richest black man, Dangote. You look at all the shares associated with Dangote company, none of them is worth 40 cents a share. So there's something fundamentally wrong, even when we say we have rich people, but we don't have wealthy economies or wealthy institutions. Those are the things that has to be localized, and those are the things that the financial policymakers have to look at critically. For example, look at the Nigerian stock market. The entire Nigerian stock market has less than 200 companies listed and is valued at less than $90 billion. So if you look at that number with 200 million Nigerians, it means that Nigerians are not even invested in the economy. You look at the federal government budget, it's less than $34 billion. 70% of that money comes from selling oil. That means 30% is what Nigerians are producing to augment their own life. I mean, anybody who is for CA students in economics knows something is fundamentally wrong. By now, Nigerian economy, based on the size of these people, supposed to be at least $300 billion. And that the oil should by now reduce to be less than 10% contribution to the Nigerian economy. But everybody's on it. Everybody's talking oil. But, you know, the economics of oil is how many barrels you produce, times how many you sell, and then you make a margin based on the return off after the producers have taken their money out. So something is fundamentally missing in the economy of the biggest, the most populous black nation in the world. That's why Nigeria is not a relevant nation, because when people look at the per capita in Nigeria is less than what? It's less than $1,200. And then you say you are the giant of Africa. So this may be a roundabout topic, but this goes to the soul of what the challenges are. Don't look to America, don't look to UK. You have to be self-preservation is the first order of business. Anything else is playing to the gallery.
All right. Dr. Ejike, looking at, again, going back to the funding of WHO, we see, yes, of course, the government of America is quite right with over $36 trillion over debt overhang. It would not be nice that they remain a Santa Claus to the rest of the world. But also looking at who will benefit from a weakened WHO, or even seeing that WHO is looking elsewhere for alternative funding, whether it's in Europe or in Far Asia. would that serve the interests of the Americans in the long run?
Because it was I'm sorry, I don't know. Are you done with your question?
Yeah, what I'm asking is that we're looking at removing, of course, America pulling out funding from WHO. Of course, they're also restructuring by reducing their budget by 20% and looking outside to China and other nations for alternative source of funding. Now, in terms of geopolitics, I'm asking, what will America really gain taking or withdrawing from funding from WHO?
Well, I mean, what America will gain is that America really doesn't need WTO to do that trade. You know, if we're trading with Mexico, which is one of our biggest trading partner, you know, if there's any dispute, we don't go to WTO. If we're trading with Canada, if you're trading with any particular country. So I don't even see the relevance of why WTO should be in existence. Again, I said those countries should be advisory. If you need them, you go to them, but it shouldn't be to where, you know, we're funding them just to have bureaucracy who are looking for retirement. You know, when Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala left Nigeria as finance minister, I thought she should have set up an advisory consulting firm to advise African countries on what to do. Instead, she jumped from a desk job to another desk job. And that is what has happened to a lot of these people from third world countries. I mean, we've had a UN Secretary General, a Ghanaian, we have Boutros Ghali from Egypt. And what has that done for the prestige and image of these countries? What you have to do is lean on the way of business. And then when you lean on the way of business, what do? You look at efficiency. You know, what are the waste factors in anything you do, and how do you curtail those things in order to enhance your productivity? But if it's just running around and, you know, getting jobs from all these organizations that at the end of the day don't do nothing for you. Again, I'm not you know, let's even look at OPEC. Let's look at OPEC. Mexico is not a member of OPEC. Canada is not a member of OPEC. I mean, so OPEC, Nigeria is the only country of its size that belongs to OPEC. And what has it gotten? Nothing. Except the prestige of, you know, when, what is that Lukman Lawani was the Secretary General. At the end of the day, what matters is how is your own country doing, not about the individual from your country that works in some of these organizations. It hasn't done Nigeria any good. Nigeria should stop celebrating because Mr. XYZ or Professor or whatever is over there. Let them go. Think about what can your National Assembly do in terms of policies that addresses monetary and physical policies in order to unleash, you know, the potential of a country. If you look at Nigeria, when Nigeria Civil War ended in 1970 to 1979, Nigeria attracted the most corporate relocation of any country that's had a war, you know, that like Nigeria had. But what has happened to those things? Nothing. That's why when Naira became a currency of choice. But then since 1970 to 1985, you know, when Babangida showed up and became timid by, you know, devaluing Naira and having even all those other professors, you know, Chuo Kongu, whatever, Kali, all of them showing up, what has the Nigerian National Assembly, whether it was a civilian one or whether it was the military council, said? Sometimes you have to say no. The things that the most developed countries always are afraid of is you saying no. But if everything they throw in front of you, you are, you know, it's like a bait. They're gonna catch you. Sometimes say, no, we're not gonna do that. And then you hold your ground. That's where they come in and have an effective negotiation with you as opposed to dictating to you. So, you know, WTO, it can be there for whatever it does. But I'm just saying, basically, most trade disputes, they don't even go there because most trade is basically bilateral.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ejike. I have the question for you, and I think it has two legs. And one of it is that, you know, you mentioned Mexico as one of the biggest trading partners with the United States of America, including Canada and a few other countries. But recently, as a result of the tariff imposed by Donald Trump, there's this sharp that April 2nd, we're going to go full out, introduce the 25%, the 20% tariff for automobile and several other things coming from Mexico and the Canada to the United States of America. However, President Donald Trump is leaving ground it's given the breathing space. If Canadians and Mexicans come to a negotiating table, we can see that including China itself, in spite of the tariffs that President Donald Trump wants to introduce there, is still leaving ground for some form of negotiations and conversation with China. But if you look at President Donald Trump's policy, including economic policy as it is at the moment, it looks like Africa is not in the picture. I want to begin to ask a question. When you were answering the question earlier, you were talking about trading, partnership, and mutual benefit in development. Is it that the current United States government does not see any benefit it can derive from Nigeria or from other African countries when we start talking about development and partnership? Now, that's just one part of the question. The other part that I wanted to ask is that when you look at Nigeria and the 20% that has been removed and how it's affecting the country and some other countries at the moment, do remember that the WHO, when it comes to, it has to do with health issues. And we know as a way of COVID-19, moving up from one place to the other, since the world is a global village, even though it was not created or didn't originate from the United States of America, the consequence that it took and the toll it took from the United States of America was quite devastating. Don't you think removing that 20% and the sponsorship for WHO, it loses a part where it controls the narrative about treating some of these ailment and epidemic diseases coming from this part, from other parts of the world where they don't have the medical expertise and funding to tame. And if it goes offshore, it might get to the United States too. And this will not be good for the US. Those are the two questions I have for you.
Okay. Let me take the last one first. Okay. Malaria kills more people in Africa than it does globally. What has the World Health Organization done about that? Nothing. Okay, so the COVID issue, there are still a lot of conspiracy theory going out there. But what I'm saying is that when the disease migrate, okay, but that migration is going to be from a country to a country. It's not going to be from a country to multiple countries. And if you look at it, what kills most people in the world, a lot of it is something that can be addressed. And then the WTO, that's why I say it should be an advisory organization, not one that dictates. You could say, hey, this is what we see, this is what we think you guys need to do. But again, it goes back to you having your own domestic infrastructure to address the things that affect your own people. We have mosquito in America, but it does not carry malaria vector because our environment is relatively clean. The reason you have mosquito in Africa is the environment is dirty. You go to Lagos, you go for it's an open gutter, and those gutters are filled with things, blackish water that enables these mosquitoes to be very, dangerous when they bite people. So those are the challenges. Again, you keep talking about global village, but we don't have global country. Make a distinction and stick with it. We still have various passports. It's not, you cannot just hop from one country to the other. So let's go back to your first question about Mexico and tariff. Trump didn't say tariff on everything coming to America. He picked a country. Tariff on Mexico, tariffs on Canada, tariffs on Japan. These are bilateral things. It's not multilateral. But then what tariff does is that you go back and you start to negotiate. Of course, he's going to leave room. He's not saying, oh, it has to be this way. The country that's standing to lose because of that tariff is going to want to say, okay, what do we do in order to keep trading? Because again, like you said, no country is going to survive on its own. We are intertwined with a whole lot of relationship, but that relationship is supposed to be a two-way traffic. It's supposed to benefit, both countries, not to where one country is suffering as a result of the other country. China will fall apart if countries actually wake up to see what Chinese people are doing, just like in Nigeria. How many Nigerians have gone to China and become successful? But Chinese people will come to Nigeria and become successful, just like Lebanese. Lebanese that don't even have a fraction of education Nigerians have. They come over there and they run circles around Nigerians, and Nigerians keep quiet. You have to be self-preserving. You don't have to accommodate things that are going to put you in the back room of your own house. It is a shame that Indians, Pakistanis, Turkish people, Chinese people will come to Nigeria and become heroes when no Nigerian has ever gone to any of these countries and become successful. If they had named them. So again, it becomes a case of, do you want to be a doormat? And what happens to doormat is when you get stepped on or stepped over, you don't have to yield. You don't have to accommodate and tolerate at your own expense. Nigeria has a huge potential for the size of its people. Forget oil. If you can tap into the potential the talent Nigerians have and begin to give them the opportunity to build the skills to build their roads, to build their power plants, to build their water, without going to Lebanese, without going to Chinese. Look at the contract to build a road from Lagos to Calabar, given to whatever his name, Mr. Gilbert Chowri or Gowri. Whether he's a Nigerian Lebanese, the point is shouldn't have happened. You should give it to Tinubu should go back to Nigerian engineers and say, I want to build this road. You guys give me a budget and I'm going to build it with Naira. Instead, you did a sole contract to one individual, and he's now looking at Nigerians and look at you. Okay, let a Nigerian Lebanese, a Nigerian who's born and live in Lebanon, let him go get such a contract. It will not happen. So why is it that the black race or the Africans are the ones that are willing to give up what they have to somebody and nobody else is doing it to you? Every country has this protectionist mentality, because if you let your house to be run over by strangers, what you have a strange house. So it's economic growth is not PhD in economics. It's a set of policies and programs that protects a geography as opposed to just throwing it out and making it an open field.
All right, let's look at how this cut in budgets for the WHO will impact its work. Now, the WHO has the role of preparing, detecting, and responding to health emergencies, and even providing technical and financial assistance to countries when they are asked. With a budget cut by 20%, and America has already signaled that it intends to pull out from the organization, do you think the authority of the WHO as the body playing some sort of supervisory role in the global health sector is weakening? Do you see any other country taking up that role?
No, I don't know the country that would take it up. Is it the UK? Because America obviously has a significant contribution to make to their budget. Again, healthcare, we have Department of HHS here, Department of Human Services. That is more like our health department in America. So very rarely do we consult WTO. Very rarely do we even go to UN UNDP and all of this stuff. America presence at the General Assembly gathering they do in New York every day just for the show. We don't really know. So UN human rights, violations, we're not threatened by those because we have a robust legal system that addresses concerns, about our own people. So that's what countries should do. I said copy and paste. Do you have the will? If every country becomes very relevant to itself and looks at the health issues that affect their own people, if they want to consult WTO, then you pay them for that consultation, but not to where they come in and begin to dictate to you, this is what you have to do. The fact the Minister of Health in Nigeria and the Commissioner of Health in the various states, they should be the administrative head of health issues. They should meet as often as is necessary and look at the disease. What are the things killing Nigerians? What is it? Sometimes health condition is because of habit. You look at a lot of Nigerian men and women, they look like pregnant people because they eat at the time they're not supposed to eat. And those things are health. But is that a global concern? It's not a global concern because it's about Nigerians. So, you look at malaria again, I said that is malaria a global illness? It's not. If you look at, other things, there are not global things. So it behooves the country leadership and especially the sectors that address those issues to now come together and begin to issue advisory roles, having conversation and talking about, hey, we shouldn't be doing this because this is what it's going to do. Don't wait for WHO. The Ethiopian guy who is head of it, how is healthcare in Ethiopia? Again, to give you an example that your own person works with a global organization doesn't mean you get a global benefit. So you go to Ethiopia, their health issues is just, as bad as anything else. So you take the time, you look inward. Inward is how countries develop. It took the president of America, a president of America, 106 years before they left America to visit another country. And where did they go? Panama. But as soon as an African president is elected, they're all over the world. What does that mean? They want to be global. They want to be looked upon as you're part of this community. No, be self-centered, be self-preserving. Get it right. Your home is your country. If you don't get your home right, your neighbor may look down at you. So that's why you gotta go. The country structure, it shouldn't be more than your home. Your home is what your husband, your kids. How do you address your budget? If you want to give people money, you have to give it such that it does not create a huge hole in your pocket. America should not give money to any country and it creates a huge hole in their pocket. I am about that kind of person. I don't give money to my family members in Nigeria if I'm going to suffer paying my own bill in America. So you have to have that mentality, but they encourage people. If people are doing well in their country, if Naira can help the Nigerian person live well, why are you concerned about the pound or the dollar or the euro? But it's because Naira has been weakened. Naira is a quicksand currency. Everybody's looking for the dollar or the pound and that stuff. And then talk about the banking. The banking should not even be opening an account in a foreign currency. I hope some politicians are living. You should ban that. If you can't open an account in Naira, then you don't believe in the relevance of Naira. Just like when Obasanjo hired Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She came back and said, if you don't pay me the dollar, I'm not going to take the job. Obasanjo, being a timid man, should have said, Madam Ngozi, get out of here. But he acquiesced and paid her the dollar.
All right. We thank you so much for your time with us. From all you said, you're encouraging African leaders to actually look inward. And we hope that the message is well received because that's the way to sustain. From external help, you can't actually bank on it. But if other African countries can be self-centered, using your words, build their home, then it will be better. Is that right?
Yes, ECOWAS community, for instance. If you want to now do regional, you look at the 15 member nations in ECOWAS. Which country is relevant? By now, other ECOWAS countries should have been looking to Naira to borrow to do their economic development. But now no country in Africa is using any African-based currency to grow. They're all looking outward. It shouldn't be the case. If, there are 54 African currencies that are totally not relevant, apart from maybe Moroccan money and all that. But the other 50-something is totally not relevant. By now, there should be somebody, a country that takes up that challenge and say, I'm an alternative. I went to Ghana a few years ago. The cities, if you had the cities at the time, you have almost $100,000. Okay, then I talked to the finance people. I said, the cities can become the currency of choice for the neighboring countries. But it is not. Now, let me give you an example. If a Japanese has 1 million yen and a Ghanaian has 1 million cities, who has more dollars? Who has more dollars? Most people would think the Japanese. No, 1 million yen gives you almost $9,000. 1 million cities gives you about $67,000. But look at where Japan is economically. Just like if you look at, shillings, the Kenyan shillings compared to the yen, the Kenyan has more dollars than the Japanese, but the Japanese economy is a productive economy. Sometimes they even give you 0 interest rate in order for you to do something. It's a production. They produce cars, they produce technology. But the African countries that have more exchange rate based on their own currency to the dollar, they are not producing anything. So those are economic.
Time to bring up the conversation again so that the areas that you're already looking at, how Africa can grow its economy, not just strengthen its currencies, but build wealth economies. We've been talking with Ejike Okpa, who's a global affairs analyst, and he joined the show from Dallas, Texas. Thank you for losing sleep to be part of the show. Thank you for the sacrifice.
Having me, and good luck to you guys.
And you too.
Thank you.
Yes, let's not forget what today is. It is Salah Day. That means that it's Eid Mubarak. Let's talk about religion and national development after this break. Just stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
As you feast today, eating the rice, eating the ram, and whatever you're using to celebrate Eid Mubarak, you should also remember that it goes beyond just the feasting. Now, whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, or you belong to other religion, we do know that on this side of the world, talking about Africa, particularly Nigeria, we're very, very religious people. We do not play a joke with our religion. But let's look at it. What is the connection between religion and national development? How can religion help us to develop our nation? In this case, we're celebrating Salah. Soon the Christians will be breaking Lent, and then it will be time for Easter celebration. How do we use the teachings of religion to better our nation, better society? Joining us virtually is Nuruddin Asunoji Esquire, who's a Muslim cleric and, of course, a legal practitioner. Good morning. Thank you for joining. Baraka Salah.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Baraka Salah to the Muslim world.
I was expecting that you would find a way to Bluetooth some RAM and some rice, pounded yam, and all the food to us in the studio.
Well, we'll get around that by His grace.
All right, so congratulations to you. I know it's not been easy. Imagine being on a fast for 30 days. It must have been very challenging. But in spite of how challenging it is, being that for those who have been on a fast, they also had to go about businesses, do other things, insisting that they must follow the tenets of the religion, what Islam prescribes. Why do you think Muslims saw it as something that they must do, they must observe? What does the season teach?
Well, basically, that's what defines us. What defines us is our ability to reconnect with the provenance of our being, which will mean to reconnect with our Creator. And what the fasting period does for us is to provide for us an ample opportunity for us to do this reconnection. That's just what we did. We went into yet another spiritual tutelage where the Almighty Allah was our instructor, helping us to reconnect and to deepen our connection with Him and for us to realize the essence of being. And so once an individual gets the issue clear that you are here for just one mission, which is to reconnect with the source of being, so that when at the end of your mundane peregrination you return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you would have been declared a success. Because regardless of what the achievements here are, they pay into insignificance when put side by side what the hereafter represents.
Eid Mubarak. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so very much. After the iftar on Saturday, the president did advise the Muslim communities that all the virtues that came with the fasting should not stop. It should continue throughout the year. Almsgiving, reaching out to the less privileged and the vulnerable in society. But looking at religion and development, one would have expected that religion become the real basis and foundation for the moral fabrics and ethics in a society. But we look at our environment, for example, two dominant religion, and of course we cannot see this morality in the public space. What do you think is wrong with our religious practice in Africa and indeed Nigeria?
Well, the fundamental thing that is wrong is the fact that there is this opportunistic employment of religion for the gratification of proclivities that are orgish, that are negativity driven. Because if one were truly religious, what that would imply is that you become spiritual, you become less attached, as it were, to the mundane things of this world. You become more solicitous, you become more concerned, you become more compassionate in your dealings with people that you find around you. Because whether it's Christianity, whether it's Islam, compassion is foundational. What that would mean is that if you were in a public space, all that you do within that space is to create about an enlargement of the comfort, an enlargement of the well-being, an enlargement of the grace that that space ordinarily has. So that whoever comes into that space as superintended by you will have the equanimity of the mind, will enjoy what you refer to as clover. But if one is there and religion has not speculated into the heart of that particular individual, what you do is that you have an entitlement mentality. Resources that should have gone into all of the enlargement that we have spoken about in the positive sense of it, you cause to coagulate around you and those that are you. And so the larger society suffers. What that speaks to is the fact that there is the absence of connection. Because once you get connected, all that you do is that you become a value creator. You become one who contributes, not a consumer. The principal question you ask at all material time, what am I giving and not what I'm taking? Because your relevance, your significance is not derived from the quantum of the resources that are available to you, but how many people were you able to get to smile? How many people were out there in the winter of despondency and you provided for them a blanket of hope and fulfillment? If you had religion, you do that. But the unfortunate thing is that, yes, we will mount the whole issue of religion incrementally. We are religious people, but it has not affected us in terms of our spirituality. And so that explains why whoever finds the opportunity to manage resources that are collectively owned, what ought to be the common patrimony, what we do is to regale in the speculation of such resources. And when you do that, you are declared missing in the spiritual world because you have become a thief who had appropriated what we were supposed to superintend on behalf of the vast majority of the people. And so the president, yes, he has said, imbibe this spirit of giving. In Islam, it's not even enough that you give. It is not the totality of us who gave in the month of Ramadan that have the benefit of that which we are giving. Because in the very first place, the intention for giving, your action is predicated on the intention. And there must be, the resources you are giving must be immaculate. I can't, for example, steal resources because I am privileged to be in one government position, buy hundreds of bags of rice, and I distribute to them. Make those persons begin to become subservient, to sponge on my supposed scholarship, when the fact of the matter is that I would have used that to make them much more creative and much more economically relevant to society.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister Nuruddin. I like what you said. When it comes to religion and national development, one of the anticipation, one of the expectation of society is that religious leaders are sort of more in an advantageous position to call to order and to speak truth to power, including political power. And that when they do this, they have the wherewithal to not just hold leadership to account, but to also speak to them in a way so that they do not deviate from the terms of references that the Constitution has laid down, that the regulatory institutions have laid down as a pathway for the leadership of the country to follow. That in this day and time, we find it somewhat very, very difficult. In fact, it's quite rare when we see religious leaders come to call leadership, political leadership to order. And some of the times, because they don't even do that, it's as if they are even taking part. And this has marked the road where really the important, significant role that religion was supposed to play in bringing development to nations and to country. Where did you think we got it wrong? And how can we ameliorate this?
Well, unfortunately, leadership has been assumed using different parameters, using different templates. A truly ideal religious leader will be one who has not compromised, will be one who will have the courage, of course, except you choose to practice duplicity. Only then you will talk to someone on an issue that you are as guilty as the person you are asking to stay out of that particular crime. A number of us, or those who are so described as religious leaders, became religious leaders by default. And quite a number of them have been compromised. Quite a number of them are either in sodality or fraternity with the people you say they want to, they ought to be correcting. And so when they speak to them, for example, and say, hey, don't do this, the message does not resonate with the one to whom it is said. He said, I understand what he's saying. He is just being parsimonious with the fact because we belong somewhere. We know what we have discussed. It's just like you say, no, don't bother. I say this in order to dope the followership into somnolence because it is in our best interest as a collective, as a group. If I were to say this to you, do not react. So the followership would think that our leaders, religious leaders, are engaging those who exercise political authority. And so they will not become bellicose, they will not create the kind of discombobulation that will nerve those who are in political authority. Each time we're talking to them, just give us time, we'll continue to talk to them. The one who would speak truth to authority is the one who will say, I won't take the gift you have sent to me when those over whom I offer leadership are navigating the even ocean of impetuosity. So you must do things in order to ameliorate, you must do things in order to transform. Give economic autarky to those persons because my worth, my significance, for example, as a religious leader, is a consequence of the integrity and the quality of the people I lead. And I can't lead people who are penurious and I say, oh, I'm a success. How does that success come to be defined? And so they can't speak, whether it is in Islam or in Christianity. Those who are religious leaders are as worthy as those you say they ought to have spoken to use the common resources for the good. They want to ride the biggest of cars. They want to stay in a house that will ordinarily have no meaning because if they truly were religious, they will appreciate the fact that these houses do not have a meaning in the least. And so that's where we find the challenge. And that is why they are unable to effectively engage these persons who are in political leadership. Because when they do, they just smile. They know that they meet somewhere and do the same dirty things you are asking them not to do. But for those who are honestly immaculate, who swears, you don't find a dichotomy between what they say and what they do. They command some element of respect. But if I'm looking forward to the next sponsorship to go to Hajj, and that will come from those in government circle. I'm looking for the next sponsorship to go to Jerusalem, and that should come from government circle. You will not ordinarily expect that I will behave in a way that will be considered peevish by the one who will gratify this for me. And I think that is the challenge. They have not found God sufficient for them. You know, it is what you refer to as cognitive dissonance. What we say in one breath is diametrically opposed our variance with what we do ultimately because of our inability to rein in that propensity of wanting to be as materialistic as those persons were supposed to change. And I think that is where the biggest challenge is. So that those who exercise leadership over people in terms of religion must be people who are choosing, not those who are imposed, because there is always the imposition. The political class, of course, would support those they know will support them to take over the religious sphere because all is about power, which is to dominate and control ultimately. Until and unless individuals are able to relate with their religious leader in a way that they do not become Bovian or obsequious. Relate, yes, show some respect, but the respect must be principled. The respect must be issue driven. Must not be a respect that you give for the fun of it. But what we do today is blind respect. Who is my leader? And so we follow blindly as if we were in a cult like kind of setting.
All right, let's look at the effect of culture on religion. The picture that I've been painted so far of how religion operates in our environment, where people take advantage of religion to enrich themselves, to arrogate power to themselves. We don't exactly find that same picture in other climes. Look at how it operates in other climes and the benefits that religion has brought even to this part of the world. If we look at the Christian religion, how missionaries came into Africa, came into Nigeria to set up schools. If we look at how Islamic banks started, and even in Nigeria, you started having pioneer Islamic banks. It was about development. It was about the betterment of the people. But here we find an abuse. Can we say culture has given a certain interpretation of religion to the extent that it does not benefit people? I'm talking about a culture where it is followers worshiping leaders and leaders seen as the omnipotent, seen as the king, and everybody serving them, everything belonging to them, everybody working for them.
But I think the very first place is the aspect of missionaries coming, building school, the bank, Islamic bank, and stuff like that. All of this could be debatable. But to the question that you have asked, when you have a followership that had at source the knowledge of the religion the individual professes, that particular individual becomes susceptible to manipulation. Because even when you say you have a leader, yes, there will be confusion, there will be chaos if we didn't have a leader. Enough will just become like a mob. But even when we have a leader, speaking about hierarchy, what that would imply, of course, is that that hierarchy must be regulated by rules, must be regulated by order. It must be an organized form of leadership that the individual will have. What has culture got to do with what the individual does? For example, if you took the African culture, the African culture was that kind of culture where you do not go to sleep on an empty stomach, where your neighbor has fed itself in a way that it became costly. In African society, no one individual was the owner of a child. The child was collectively owned because the good or bad coming from that particular child was going to impact on society either positive or negatively. So when you find all that we have seen happen, I think it's more of the Western culture, sort of whatever, this rugged capitalist whatever system where individuals want resources. We define our worth from within the context of how much is he worth in terms of material things, not what is his utilitarian value, by how much has he impacted society. All of these are purely Western ideas. So I would take what I obviously have no need for. I would feel fulfilled if I have a much bigger house, even if that house implied that the one there is a lunatic, because the place would have looked like a lunatic asylum, having what you have absolutely no need for. And so I will measure my success by how much I drive a much bigger car than the other person. So I think all of these are the issues that have dominated the issue of religion. So religion is just a facade. Religion is just here playing the role. It's just a facade. People dope themselves. They don the wrapper of religiosity when the actual truth is that they are something other than religion. So if they truly were religious, all of that you have said will not happen. Take, for example, we have gone into fasting. We were practicing charity, including those who did not have, were struggling to find what they would give to those they think they were better than. And so we were communal. And we discovered that we would only live and survive more as communal people. If we wanted to be individualistic, we get isolated, we are most likely walking on the path of extinction. That was basically what religion was, to crystallize in our consciousness. And so when we miss that point, it's not what the culture has asked us to do. Culture, for example, in African setting, when people fix a meeting for 9 a.m., 9 had no other name other than 9. You don't see people walk in by 9:30 to 10 or 11 and they say, well, I knew nobody would be here. You were not going to attend that meeting on the basis of what you knew others would do, but you'll be attending on the basis of the robustness of your integrity that respected and appreciated the fact that nine has no other name. It is nine. They don't come to workplace, for example, and give less than what they ought to give because they will carry a burden. They were not bothered. Of course, in purely those societies where we didn't even have the issue of religion, for you to know it's not our culture that is defining this, you could go anywhere. All you needed to do to protect your house was to have something that makes it impossible for the goats to access and eat up your food. Nobody breaks into your house. If somebody got into your farm and was so hungry and cannot access you, he does some little work there before he removes what is sufficient for him. Even if you cut the person in the process, you can appreciate that extreme hunger has brought this person here. But today, with all of the religion, with the volumes of money we have in our bank, with food that we have in our bank, whatever stores and stuff like that, we are insensitive, chronically insensitive to the pang of others or people who are neighbors. If anything, their ululation is musical. We regale in it. We get exhilarated when we discover they do not have, because for us it has become a measure by which we see, we assess how blessed or how lucky we are, and could define them as people who are either not lucky or who are choosing to be lazy. So why should I be the one assisting you if you are choosing to act out a miserable existence?
Okay, I will follow up on this as it's also good to know that you are a cleric. The impact of religion globally cannot be underestimated. If we look at the work of Max Weber on the Protestant ethics, we see what is happening in the United Arab Emirates, we see Qatar, we see Turkey, Saudi, and a lot of transformation that is happening with this very highly religious environment. And one wonders why the reverse is in the case here in Africa. What do you think are the challenges of religions really getting into our heart, that is just in our head and does not pass through our heart? What are the resisting factors around us?
The major challenge that we have in comparison to the countries you have mentioned is we are mentally lazy. We are cerebral destitute, those of us who are followers. And so we have outsourced our capacity to know to those who speak on behalf, who tell us that they see God. The average man in Qatar, the average man in Saudi, the average man in Dubai or wherever it is, understands the Quran as much, if not better, than the leadership or whoever exercises religious leadership or political leadership will have. So you cannot be using that instrument, for example, as instrument of manipulation. You cannot, for example, be saying, oh, Allah said this, when the fact of the matter is Allah never said that. And so the fellow will challenge you to say, no, what you're saying is not the case. But what we are in this part of the world is that we are obviously lazy mentally. And because we are lazy mentally and we have chosen again to become economically dependent, whereas there is a tradition of the prophet, the Allah be pleased with him, that says, the hand that gives at all material time is by far more honorable than the one that receives. What that implies is that you go out is dignified, is honorable. You go out to work what you will eat rather than to depend. Because the man who controls what you eat, who controls how you get what you eat, will. And when he does that without you bringing a corresponding value, that man would regulate what you do. Majority of us today in this part of the world, majority of us today are just waiting to hear what did the leaders say about this issue. And so we are so chronically lazy that we will not even fact check or say, let me find out what is the position. It tells you that man should be your enemy. Why must he be my enemy? Because he has disagreed with me. And so you become a rebel if you were befriending someone who who is at war with your own leader. You won't find that. And added to it, of course, is that these persons have come to internalize that there is absolutely nothing right in keeping money. If I, for example, have 1 million that has stayed with me for 365 days, I am under an impulsion to give 2.5% of that money compulsorily out as charity. And so, why would I want to keep that kind of money and give it out as charity? And so, what do? Think of a way of having it to recapitalize. And it's not going to recapitalize if I just kept it somewhere dormant. I put it into investment that will require people to come in and work, and they earn a decent living, a honorable whatever living. In that process, you find that there is an expansion of the economic landscape. These are the kind of things that bring in whatever. And if I bought property, I buy gold, I buy diamond, I buy whatever, Islam requires that I should be taxed. At the end of the year, I should be taxed for all of those properties that are not aiding production. Properties that would cause the economy of society to shrink. Because if I bought a 2 billion vehicle, I stay in 1 billion mansion, how does that enhance productivity in the society? Absolutely nothing by way. So I will be made to pay for that kind of luxury. And when I discover that over time, whatever it is I will be paying for that luxury, I become discouraged. So that money goes into industry. And when you have industries scattered right, left, and center, what does it bring? It does just one thing. It precipitates massive development of society, both the human and the landscape. That's what is basically missing here, that we have followership that is lazy, ready to take hook, line, and sinker what is told by the leadership, and we have those who are not made to be accountable. The spiritual dimension of it would not speculate if the enabling environment is not created by those who exercise leadership, because they are like blockers. They come between those persons who want. So you find more often than not, those who appear to fear God are usually those who are downtrodden, who are on the bottom rung of the economy ladder. So these are the issues that are absent here, but that you find present in societies that are predominantly Islamic, that have experienced development. I can't hear you, the audio.
It's in twofold. My question is in twofold. Now, in Nigeria, when it comes to social religious tolerance, because it's a critical place, an area where national development can also be discussed. So do you think when it comes to religious tolerance, we have made significant progress, or where do you think we are now when it comes to religious tolerance? And also, lastly, I'd like to ask for your advice for with regards to religious development, region and national development to Nigerians, both Muslims and Christians all around.
Yeah, what we want is not religious tolerance. We need religious understanding, because tolerance would mean that I do not appreciate what you're doing, but I just accept it for us to have peace, which will be like the graveyard peace. We have not had sufficient understanding. And why is it that we have not had sufficient understanding? It's because there are merchants who benefit from every seemingly religious crisis. Every seemingly religious crisis, there are benefits. Look at the leadership of Islam. Look at the leadership of Christianity and the followership. They live world apart. Those who are the leaders in Christianity are stupendously rich. Those who exercise leadership in Islam are stupendously rich. Whether it is the followership of Islam or the followership of Christianity, these are persons who are eking out a miserable existence. And so you want to ask, how does one reconcile all of this? Why would you have a leadership so rich and a followership so poor if leadership was supposed to help in the transformation of the life? And so it explains why when they fight, who are the collateral damage? Who are those who would suffer? The nobodies in this religion. And who are those who smile? Whether they go for peace conference, whether they go for any conference, they are the ones who get heavily paid. Those who die would have died, whatever, in vain. And that is why we said we must deepen understanding at the level of the followership so that we begin to appreciate that if I'm a Muslim and you are a Christian, we are not in political parties. And that Allah or God is not looking for numbers, is looking for qualitative human beings who can truly succeed in at the level of primary creation, who will bring about the rarefaction and transformation of society. Now, if we have this understanding, we will not take up conjures or take up weapons and begin to fight, wanting to win supporter for who. Allah is not contesting election. He occupies a position that is completely unaffected by what we profess, whether we believe in him or we don't believe. Once we appreciate this reality, then we should be asking the question, whose battle are we fighting? So if it is the issue of toleration, all that we have is pretense. We pretend plentifully. I'll tell you most frankly, the Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs and TAN have a body there they are together that is called NIRE. But can together with whatever will go out and make a statement, Supreme Council will go out and make a statement, and you begin to wonder when they come again under NIRE, they are talking and behaving as if they were one. The truth of the matter is that they are not one. We will leave the shores of this country and go to United America and get congressmen to say, sanction Nigeria. As if it is sanctioned, there is a special place where we go to. We don't deal with issues on the basis of fact. We are no longer realistic. We are just being sentimental. We have criminals who take advantage of religion to do all of the things they do. Let us call them by their title that these are criminals. And so we deal with them and deal with them squarely, uniting in dealing with them. As to using religion to bring about development, there could have been nothing much better. Our society in Nigeria is the most blessed society. And I will tell you for truth, I have a sister-in-law who has kept a distance, who has become disgusted about me. Why? She has repeatedly said, what are you doing in Nigeria? Please come over to the UK. And I said, God does not do things by accident. If UK was to be the place I should be, he would not have made me in Nigeria. Whatever is good in UK was not made by the angel. And so I would have failed my mission, failed in my embassy if I were to go there. Why not stay back here? Either fix it with others who are ready to fix it or we go under. But you know what has happened over time? Those who have occupied position of leadership in this country, whether they are in the executive arm, the judiciary, or in the legislative arm, they profess one faith or the other. And they are regularly interfacing with the leaders of this faith. They regularly. But how do you explain our impecuniosity, if not outright penury, in the face of the homologous resources that God has blessed this country with? The matter are simple. They are not vanishing into thin air. People are taking what they have no need for. I want to build a mosque. I go to someone whom I know has stolen the common patrimony. He gives, and we say we are organizing special prayers for that person. I want to build a church. Remember, these are resources that would have been used in building industries that will keep everybody busy in a way that nobody will find time to contemplate evil. And so we go to these churches, we go to these mosques, we don't have equanimity of the mind that the inner peace that because we don't know when the next bomb will detonate, arising from people who have absolutely nothing doing, and so they got manacled by the devil, and it is the devil's bidding they are doing. So we need to have an honest conversation. Because I tell people, I say there are two departments, but I will be concerned about one department now that is responsible for why society has not developed. It is the religious department and perhaps the academia. Deal with these two departments. Transform these two departments in all honesty. Transformation will be exponential. Transformation will be great.
Well, thank you so much, Nuruddin Asnuji Esquire, for all you said today. I would say you've done noble because you've given to every part, every person their own piece. So it's for each to take what is there, as they say, the street catch your sub, so that Nigeria can be better. Religion is supposed to make us better. And so on the occasion of Eid al-Fitr, this kind, I'll call it a lecture, I'll call it a sober reflection and the conscientization. Thank you so much for doing all of this on the show today.
Thank you for having me. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot. Each should take its own, and we should all work with it, work on ourselves to become better. It's time for us to hear from you on Post and Perspectives with Swift Aderito. To stay.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to
to Post and Perspectives. My name is Swift Aderito, and in case you're wondering what the segment is all about, it's basically about you. Yes, you that takes your time to watch us. We just want to review your comments, see what you're saying, and of course, the front burner team who are so amazing at their job get to analyze it. So, like I said, let's jump right into it. One of the topics that was treated today has to do with Tinubu signing new investment law to boost Nigeria's capital market. And the first person is Ola. Ola, good morning, and thank you for joining us. And you say Ponzi schemes are those who invest $300,000 and collect $2 million. 300,000 and collect 2 million in 6 months are in trouble in this new era. It says they cannot hide. It's a civil transaction anymore. Also, if you have signed business agreement with somebody now, it's time to take it seriously and not mess up. The next person has to be Olalekon. Olalekon, how buddy? And you say cryptocurrency would henceforth be regulated with appropriate fines for those who have decided to play a foul game in the game of transparency and accountability. Great moves, and you're putting some clapping hands to it. And of course, the next person has to be Bayo Mike. And Bayo says, even people in government don't know what government is. It says, whatever you are signing, if you people are not comfortable, you are not a good government. Okay, so talking about Tinubu signing new investment law, Doctor, I am on you at this point in time. And some people are talking about the fact that, is government really ready for this? Some people are saying people now need to be careful what they sign. I know I've signed some things with you, Doctor. Do I need to be careful? What's your take on this, sir?
You know, I have run away a long time ago, so you cannot be on me. So well, I can't sign my death warrant at this age, so I'm learning my lessons. Well, I think it's nothing to worry about. These are bills that are transforming the market space, especially the capital market space, to enable a lot of participation from locals and non-locals. If you listen to our conversation with our guest, AGK, earlier on, you hear him saying that the market is not developed. Because there's not so much people participating. In a country of over 200 million people, you have just 154 companies that are listed on our market. And of course, all the hindrances, all the bottlenecks bureaucracies that are making participation in that market to be difficult are being removed by this new act. And I think it's just nice that people read the act first before reaching an opinion. So you cannot stay without looking at the details of the act to say, oh, somebody is signing a death warrant or signing things that they don't know anything about. And I think it's just quite nice that as a people, we should let that old adage die, that if you want to hide something from a black person, you write it in a book. We should read books and understand what is in the letter before we try as much as possible to put interpretation into it. So regulation for the digital assets is welcome so that nobody is scammed, nobody is defrauded.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Brilliantly said, as usual. And the next topic we're running into says credit demands to rise amid Nigerians' rate cuts. And of course, the first person is PKB. PKB, how you doing? You say if prices are expected to fall and lenders and borrowers account for it in interest rates, borrowers would pay lower rates and lenders would still profit because the money they get repaid is what more. The next person has to be Arinze. Arinze, good morning. You say, I am worried about interest rates which can be clawed back if those loans go bad down the line. The credit environment is worrisome, given depleted households' consumption, high inflation, and sluggish economic growth. What I consider is fees and commissions. And of course, coming about the credit demand, I want to be putting it up on the beautiful, sexy lady today, looking so lovely with these pearls. What's your take on the issue, Blessing?
Oh, yes. I think that two things. It's one for the CBN to actually read the optimism of business people regarding credit. So there is high hope that the CBN might just reduce the interest rate. So that will encourage more borrowings from the banks by businesses, and it would be good for them because it reduces the debt burden. And I think it will also improve loan performance because if loans are given at rates that businesses can comfortably or conveniently pay, that means that you have more chances of these loans being repaid. But when it's at a rate that they are struggling, they are trying very hard to pay, you may have to either restructure some of those loans or you have high cases of loans that are not performing. And it's part of the reasons why commercial banks are not giving loans as much as possible, or as much as they should, rather. So I think it's a good one. But for those who are looking at the credit environment, there are a lot of challenges with our credit system. It is not just for the banking system also alone. It's also for the those who are seeking credit because lender loans, consumer loans rather, should also increase where people can be able to have loans for mortgages for their houses, maybe to buy a car loans and all that. But too, look at it. The way consumers behave too, aside from the commercial banks that they do all due diligence and they make it very, very stiff that you provide collateral and all that for car loans, maybe you are working with a firm, so there are some securities that are provided. For the microfinance banks, do you know what they suffer trying to recover loans? So there are a lot of challenges with our credit system. It is not just with the financial system that has that challenge. The consumers too, they also have a challenge. But I think that's a good one. If more loans are available to people, it will help the economy, to make the economy more liquid, and that will be better.
Talking about making the economy more liquid, we are hoping, because I just heard of a story of somebody who printed his own obituary because he was owing some banks some money. Guys, guess what? They say I have to run away, but I'm not going to leave you. I'm going to hand you over to the capable hands of Senator Chooks, who's going to tell you everything you need to know about sports. My name is Swift Aderito, and like I always say, see you at the top.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to this beautiful day. Is a Monday, is a public holiday. We are celebrating with our Muslim brothers and it's Salah. So Baraka de Salah. For everyone that owe us ram, goat, chicken, snail, we are happy to receive. Keep being good. My name is John Rogers Jokes and we are still live on the front burners. Let's get straight to the World Cup. What's happening? Spain has put up a bid. They are submitting a bid to join for hosting the 2035 Women World Cup. And in their bid, they also have Portugal and Morocco. You know, come 2030, they will be hosting the World Cup. So they are also collaborating with these three countries for the first time will be hosting the World Cup. And they are doing the same with the bid coming for the Women World Cup. Let's get straight to marketing. NFL and the NLB, the National Football League, and the Major League Baseball, they are looking for influencer marketers. Do you think you're big enough? Do you think you have the face? Do you think that you have that followers in millions? Right now, they want to get into that particular space and get people. Fan engagement, fan marketing is all about reaching out. And they are opening up and saying these positions are open. Apply. Apply. Let's get straight what's happening in marketing. Nike, we talked about them just less than 7 days ago. Now, their stock is falling. As we speak, it has dropped 3.8% on Friday and is down 16.4% year on year. Now, this particular downturn have seen a lot of the executive leave. They've changed the CEO. And we're hearing news is going to get better, it's going to get better. But as we speak on Friday, it ended at $63.17. That's the lowest it's been since January 2018. It's a big company. I want to see them do better. Let's get to those that swing the racket. Djokovic. Yes, he was stopped from getting his 100th title by no other but his own protege. Someone that sees him as an idol. Men sick. These teenagers are doing wonders. They are doing wonders all around. Last 2 weeks, it was the female category, and this particular week, it's a 19-year-old that has told the 36-year-old champion, hold on, let the boys take over. He beat him 7-6, 7-6, 7-4. No going back. And he smiles home with 1,124,380. That is some good money. Let's get straight to what's happening in the FA Cup. The quarter-final matches ended yesterday, and semi-final matches are on the way. So who is up and who is down? Forest is taking on Man City, and Palace is going with Villa. For those that saw the matches over the weekend, the Vitality Stadium saw an attendance of 10,956. It was filled to the brim. And also, the Craven Cottage had an attendance of 26,222. Now, this particular year FA Cup is something that is new. Forest has not been there for a very, very long time. For Bournemouth, sorry, you had to go. For Villa, it's going to be the first time. For City, last 2023, there's a whole lot of competition and a whole lot of people trying to get their hands, a whole lot of advertisement, a whole lot of commercials, a whole lot of bodies waiting to put their money down. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. We'll keep watching, we'll keep telling you what's happening. We'll do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful holiday.
It is time for us to go. Thank you so much for watching today's show. For those who are at home celebrating Eid al-Fitr, well, we'll say to you, enjoy the best of the holiday today, tomorrow. You return to work on Wednesday, or you continue business on Wednesday. Eid Mubarak to our Muslim brothers and sisters. Enjoy the celebration. I am Blessing H. The show returns tomorrow. Dr. Dawson, someone say.
Well, view out there, good Nigeria we envisage, and it will manifest soon. Eat responsibly. There is tomorrow.
Good advice.
Please eat lots of meat. Eat lots of meat because you are coming back to work next tomorrow. But you know what? We will always be here for you. Very good morning to you.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility, respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
When we talk about women, we don't just see individuals. We see stories of strength, resilience, and limitless potential. Women are the backbone of families, the drivers of economies, the nurturers of dreams, and the forces behind change. From boardrooms to farmlands, from classrooms to innovation labs, they continue to shape the world in the ways both seen and unseen. As we celebrate International Women's Day, we bring you remarkable women across diverse sectors, sharing their thoughts on growth, capability, and the challenges women face, not just external barriers, but also the silent ones, like societal conditioning and the limitations often placed on their ambitions. My name is Grace Komolafe, and it is a special celebration of the International Women's Day.
When you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in a workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. So that's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
To the best of my knowledge, a lot of the women
that I have come across. I could name 1,000 just sitting here, but that would take all our time. The wonderful energy that comes from having a woman at the top of an organization. If there's a bank, if there's a woman. I remember Mrs. Paula Kuforiji. Such women holding the reins of power in whatever organization they're running. They're not looking down on other women. They're not trying to stop other women from reaching the top. They actually are guiding lights to others to look at and try to achieve that level of, achievement that, like, breaking the glass ceiling, as it were. A lot of women have done that in the area of banking, in enterprise, either women like Madame Tinubu in those days, they were forces to be reckoned with. Mrs. Ransom Kuti. In fact, she was actually not trying to bring down a kingdom, but she was that powerful in her own time. And that's a long time ago. Are you talking about such women? I'm sure they would look back and say, well, some of the women that are coming behind them are not sort of, standing still or staying in one position. They're also moving. Some of the market women, they are the ones that are behind their children's education. Whether they are educated or, as you might call them illiterates. But still, I didn't have an illiterate woman in my family. Practically every one of them could read and write and sign their names. And they made sure that everybody was aware that they could do that. Even if your family doesn't have that, they don't hold it against you, but they try to encourage you to look at them and see what you can do to improve on the lives of other people. It generates such wonderful energy. The same with women in Ghana. We've noticed that over the years. I was invited to do a documentary on, not only on women in Ghana, but by the time I reached there, a lot of women were in different positions. Women were in the Senate, women in the Parliament. There are some countries in Africa where you have more women than men in the Parliament. And they were not treated as subordinates. They were equals. And they were authorities in their own right. You had women in the universities as professors, as lecturers. I've mentioned Mrs. Ransom Kuti. We can't but help, talking about them, because they were forces of inspiration to a lot of people. And I had teachers, Mrs. Muniz, who was principal at St. Mary's Convent School, and she was in charge of all the female teachers. They didn't discriminate against the men, of course, but then, in a girls' school, you become more aware of your existence as a human being. You knew you had to be the best in your own class. You're not fighting against men, and you're not going to any, boxing tournaments with them, because, of course, we are the feminine and gender, so we don't want to go into any physical combat with anybody. But when we went to debating societies, some of the women did perform better than the men. As a child of 13, I was in primary school, and I went at the film festival to recite poetry. Children came from the Corona schools, English children, but because we were taught by English teachers, we could deliver the lines just as well and even beat the boys. I wouldn't say that, happened all the time, of course. So I grew up with this idea behind my back that, yes, I am here to play my own role as a woman, as a mother, and to other people's children as well, you know, to do the best that you can. If you are the best in any field, you don't want to wait for someone to be playing international women music before you dance. So I've always been in this position where we could start International Women's Organization in Nigeria and call it a big name and ask other people to come and join us and see how forceful women really are. But it's a thing of joy to know that a day is actually set aside for women.
Happy International Women's Day. This year's celebration of the International Woman has been themed Accelerate Action. It calls for intentionality in taking steps that promotes gender equality. At its core, it means creating policies that will not only accommodate women, but policies that would recognize women and recognize their unique contributions to the society. And also, it's a call for the activation of every such policy that has been created, because it is in the activation of such policies that we see a truly transformative society. Now, this is a clarion call for the government to promote policies that recognize women as caregivers, leaders, change makers, and trailblazers. Also to recognize a woman's unique contribution to the society. It is in the recognition of these policies that a society can truly thrive. Now, this is also a call not just for the creation of the policies, but for women to be involved in the process of creating such policies. That is when we can truly ensure that all the objectives of such qualities are met and are achieved. The true progress of any society lies in dismantling barriers. The true progress of any society lies in embracing a woman's unique contributions to the society. Now, this is a call to the woman out there. The world needs your voice. The world needs your courage. Your dreams are valid. Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. Keep running. Keep working hard. Happy International Women's Day.
Accelerating progress, accelerate action. These are the words that are synonymous with 2025 International Women's Day. And we all know that for a long time, we've not been able to make significant progress. Rather, what we have experienced, particularly in Nigeria, is that things are not getting better at all. For instance, we have peaceful women in the Senate. That is a far cry to where we're coming from. So there is every need to take intentional steps in order that we'll be able to accelerate progress. Now, there are several ways to do this. For me, we need to come to the realization that we've got a part to play. And through my investigations, I've come to discover that as women, we hold ourselves deconditioned. What do I mean by that? Over the years, through social, through cultural, through religious means, we have been conditioned in a particular way. We've been told what to do, stereotype, biases, discriminations. We've accepted all of those things, and there are norms within and outside of our environment, including our homes. And so most times, we're leaving a lot of things undone. We're in complete denial of what we should do. For us to be able to accelerate, for us to be able to make progress, we must come to that realization that we've been conditioned in such a way that we really can't make progress until we decondition ourselves. For instance, in different gatherings, I've asked people to refer to me as chairlady and not chairman. But the truth is, for a lot of our women out there, they still prefer to be called a chairman. And I think that that is part of the conditioning that we need to revamp, we need to refocus, we need to address. If we're able to address this, the next step for me is for us to advocate for effective and efficient justice system. In our courts today, if you have a case of domestic violence, if you have a case of rape, the justice system almost denies you justice. Not only that, it takes you a very long time. And we all know that justice delayed is justice denied. Again, there are no proper investigations. Our police officers treat domestic violence as a family matter rather than an offense that needed some address and justice. And so we need to advocate, we need to demand, be it through riots, be it through petitions, be it through strikes, we need to demand that effective and efficient justice system will have to come to play. And for me, finally, the third important strategy that women need to adopt to accelerate progress, action, is for us to massively train our children, particularly the boy child. Because when we talk about mentorship is not only about being on the queue for people to learn from you. Our actions, our inactions forms mentorship shadows for young people. And so we must go back to the children, right from the kindergarten years. We must come up with a structure. We must come up with a code of conduct. We must educate them in such a way that by the time they are teenagers, by the time they are young adults, they understand what it means to respect. They understand what it means to ensure that the dignity of the human person, particularly the woman and the girl child, are properly observed. We need to train them on family values. We need to take them away from the crises within our environment and our society. And all of that needs training. Training will have to be done before mentorship. I hear a lot of people talk about mentorship these days. Unfortunately, for a lot of people out there, mentorship is not what is needed. It is training, 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 and retraining.
Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same.
Gender equity, gender equality addresses two different things, and they are both very important. So when we talk about gender equality, we're saying that you give a level playing field for every human being to participate in. That is what gender equality means. Now, whether there are some nuances as to the physical ability of a man and a woman, that is secondary. That's not what is in question. What is in question is open up the field. Do not bring biases. Do not discriminate. Do not stereotype. Just ensure that the field is clear. For instance, in our political arena here, you find that a lot of men will prefer to have meetings in the midnight, forgetting that as a woman, she may have a responsibility to take care of the children at home. So why don't you put up an even playing field for everyone to participate? Now, gender equity is also a very important terminology that we should all understand and operate. When we talk about equity, what we're saying in essence is that there are certain things about both genders that makes them very unique. And because they are unique, we need to apply certain extra measures in order that everyone benefits from any system. What do I mean by this? For a working model, our office needed to understand that she might need a daycare within the office structure. To bring us a child into the office, she should be given a bit of time to take and look after that child before coming back to work. That is what gender equity is about. So it is not suppressing, it is not perhaps elevating the woman above the man. That's not what equity is about. It's about balancing. It's about understanding the peculiarities of these two genders and ensuring that they are both carried along for the betterment of all. Thank you.
Every woman's voice matters. Every woman's dream is valid. And every step taken towards ensuring women have the freedom, opportunities, and the supports to thrive is a step towards a more balanced and progressive world. As we wrap up this special celebration of International Women's Day 2025, let's reflect on the theme: for all women and girls, rights, equality, empowerment. It's not just a message. It is a commitment to fostering a world where women don't just participate, but lead, inspire, and redefine possibilities. Grace Komalafe, Souq News Television. Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority. Photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, Souq Perspective.
Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather. Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic, and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was in the I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life and, you know, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think, first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female. And I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you'll get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion,
we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you know, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled.
And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now, let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. his judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, you know, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still one in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately, he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And And that was about it. I think after he stayed in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of it having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? You know, and in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs of from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. You know, it's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme, whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector-driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them. We talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky's your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. It's interesting, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Good afternoon, Barka Desala. I'm Blessed Aichi. Welcome to the media news on Souq News TV. In the headlines, Nigerian leaders emphasize unity, compassion during Eid al-Fitr celebrations. World Bank to approve $632 million to Nigeria today. Lawmakers recover more oil sector debts. And petrol price hits 935 naira per litre in Lagos. We're getting now into the stories to provide you details as Muslims across Nigeria celebrate Eid al-Fitr, marking the end of Ramadan. Prominent leaders, including President Bola Tinubu, National Assembly members, governors, and religious figures, have emphasized the importance of unity and encouraged citizens to continue praying for the nation's peace and development. President Tinubu, speaking at the Eid prayer ground in Abuja, expressed gratitude for completing Ramadan together and urged Nigerians to uphold the virtues of caring for the vulnerable and maintaining the good deeds practiced during the holy month. In conjunction with the celebrations, the federal government has declared Monday, March 31 and Tuesday, April 1st, 2025 as public holidays to observe Eid al-Fitr. Minister of Interior Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo extended warm greetings to the Muslim community, calling for continued embodiment of love, generosity, and peace, and urgent prayers for the nation's stability and prosperity. Additionally, Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has implemented heightened security measures nationwide, deploying officers to strategic locations such as Eid prayer grounds and public spaces to ensure peaceful and safe celebrations. In the same vein, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Sahad Abubakar III, has advised Nigerians to express their concerns to leaders in a respectful manner rather than resorting to insults. Delivering his Eid al-Fitr message after prayers at Fakundi, the Sultan emphasized the importance of constructive dialogue, stating that leaders are more likely to respond positively when approached politely. The spiritual leader, who also serves as the President General of the Nigeria Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, urged Nigerians to pray for the nation's leaders, including the President, governors, and lawmakers, so they can effectively discharge their responsibilities. He further congratulated Muslims on successfully completing the Ramadan fast, encouraging them to uphold the virtues of the holy month beyond the celebrations. The Sultan commended Islamic preachers for maintaining decorum in their teachings and urged them to continue fostering unity and peace. Still on the celebration of Eid al-Fitr, as Muslim faithful around the world celebrate today Eid al-Fitr, Nuruddin Asindoji, a Muslim cleric and a legal practitioner who was a guest on Souq News' flagship program, The Front Burners, highlights the importance of religion and its impact on national development, charging leaders to imbibe the spirit of true worship in nation building.
The fundamental thing that is wrong is the fact that there is this opportunistic employment of religion for the gratification of proclivities that are orgish, that are negativity driven. Because if one were truly religious, what that would imply is that you become spiritual, you become less attached, as it were, to the mundane things of this world. You become more solicitous, you become more concerned, you become more compassionate in your dealings with people that you find around you. Because whether it's Christianity, whether it's Islam, compassion is foundational. What that would mean is that if you were in a public space, all that you do within that space is to create about an enlargement of the comfort, an enlargement of the well-being, an enlargement of the grace that that space ordinarily has. So that whoever comes into that space as superintended by you will have the equanimity of the mind, will enjoy what you refer to as clover. But if one is there and religion has not speculated into the heart of that particular individual, what you do is that you have an entitlement mentality. Resources that should have gone into all of the enlargement that we have spoken about in the positive sense of it, you cause to coagulate around you and those that are you. And so the larger society suffers. What that speaks to is the fact that there is the absence of connection. Because once you get connected, all that you do is that you become a value creator. You become one who contributes, not a consumer. The principal question you ask at all material time, what am I giving and not what I'm taking? Because your relevance, your significance is not derived from the quantum of the resources that are available to you, but how many people were you able to get to smile? How many people were out there in the winter of despondency and you provided for them a blanket of hope and fulfillment?
In other news, the World Bank is set to approve fresh loans of $632 million to Nigeria today, amid mounting concerns over the country's rising debt profile. According to analysis on World Bank's website, the two loans expected to be approved today include $80 million for the Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria 2.0 project and $552 million for the Hope for Quality Basic Education for All program. The loans, which are to support these critical areas, are currently in the negotiation stage and expected to receive final approval later today. Meanwhile, the World Bank had already approved a $500 million loan to Nigeria last week Friday to support the country's community action for resilience and economic stimulus program. Moving on, the House of Representatives Public Accounts Committee, PAC, has recovered an additional 21.4 billion naira from 4 oil firms, bringing total recoveries to 50 billion naira. The recovered amounts include over $10 million from Aradel Energy and nearly $2 million from Platform Petroleum. Chairman Bamidele Salam warned that companies failing to meet financial obligations will face strict legislative action. Several firms, including Corn Oil and Watersmith Petrochemical, remain under scrutiny, while First E&P has been summoned to reconcile a $90 million debt by April 16. The committee has also issued a 20-day ultimatum to 4 companies owing over $23 million. Speaker Abbas Tajuddin reaffirmed the House commitment to fiscal transparency, ensuring that public funds are properly accounted for. You're watching the Media News on Souq News TV. We'll bring you more stories after this break. Just stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Many thanks for staying tuned to the Media News on Souq News TV. Moving on, the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has expressed confidence that Nigerians have the capacity to defeat corruption through collective determination and commitment. Olukoyede, who made this statement in his goodwill message to Muslims in celebrating Eid al-Fitr across the country, said tackling economic and financial crimes and other acts of corruption is achievable through courageous readiness and corporate commitment of Nigerians. He emphasized the fact that Nigerians are stronger than corruption, stressing that it takes self-will and courage to confront and conquer economic and financial crimes. The AFCC chairman also urged Muslims to internalize the lessons of Ramadan, which include self-denial, discipline, sacrifice, love, and purity, saying channeling these virtues would lead to renewed commitment to shunning corrupt practices. The expiration of the 6-month Naira for crude agreement between the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) and Dangote Petroleum Refinery on March 31, 2025 has led to significant increases in fuel prices across Nigeria. The agreement, initiated in October 2024, allowed local refineries to purchase crude oil in Naira, aiming to stabilize fuel prices and support domestic refining. With the deal's expiration and ongoing negotiations for renewal, petrol prices have risen sharply in Lagos. Pump prices have escalated from approximately 860 naira to between 925 naira and 935 naira per liter. Major filling stations, including Total Energies and MRS, have adjusted their prices accordingly. The Major Energy Marketers Association of Nigeria, MIMAN, attributes this increase to a rise in the landing cost of petrol, which climbed from 797 naira to 843 naira 28 kobo per liter within a week. Complicating matters, Dangote Refinery has temporarily halted fuel sales in naira due to discrepancies between naira sales and dollar-denominated crude purchases. This suspension has led to increased loading costs at private depots, further driving up retail prices nationwide. In another development, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has commended Boa Group for establishing the Starium Detergents facility in Alaro City, Ekpe, Lagos. During his recent visit, he highlighted the company's role in bolstering the local economy and filling the void left by departing multinational firms. Sanwo-Olu emphasized that this investment demonstrates Boa Group's commitment to enhancing the detergent consumer market and will significantly boost local production capacity. The departure of multinational companies from Nigeria's detergent market has created opportunities for local manufacturers to meet the increasing demand for quality cleaning products. In response, Boa Group subsidiary Starium Detergents inaugurated a state-of-the-art production facility in Lagos in 2024. This plant, featuring the country's largest spray tower at 40 meters in height and 7.5 meters in width, positions Starium as Nigeria's second-largest detergent producer. Starium offers a diverse range of detergent products in various sizes and plans to expand its operations with a second production line and export products to West African markets. The Federal High Court in Lagos has issued an interim injunction preventing Arclight Nigeria Limited from transferring a 50% equity stake in Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, IBEDC, to any party other than 86 Gardens Limited. The order, granted by Justice Musa Kakaki, remains in effect until the motion for interlocutory injunction is heard on May 16, 2025. The lawsuit filed by 86 Gardens Limited alleges that Arclight Nigeria Limited breached a share sales agreement by failing to transfer the agreed shares. The court's decision aims to maintain the current ownership structure of IBEDC pending the resolution of the disputes. We're due for another break on the media news. More stories coming up. To stay tuned.
got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Let's now take a look at sectoral contribution to the global economy. The manufacturing sector leads in billionaire creation over the past decades, adding 509 new billionaires globally, according to the 9th Frank Worth Report 2024. The surge is attributed to global industrial expansion. Food and beverage industry followed with 277 new billionaires, emerging due to shifting consumer preferences. In terms of total wealth, the technology sector's billionaires experienced the most significant growth. Their collective wealth tripled from $788.9 billion in 2015 to $2.4 trillion in 2024, driven by advancement in artificial intelligence, fintech, and e-commerce. Notably, 9 tech billionaires each amassed fortunes exceeding $50 billion, outpacing other industries. The West African Container Terminal WACT at Oniport, River State, has announced an increase in its tariff set to take effect from April 1, 2025. In a notice issued, the terminal confirmed it had obtained necessary regulatory approvals to adjust terminal handling charges THC by 8% and storage fees by 100%. To cushion the impact on customers, storage-free days have been increased from 3 to 5 days. WACT stated that the tariff adjustment is aimed at enhancing supply chain efficiency, improving infrastructure, and ensuring reliability in operations. The revised rate will be available on the terminal's website from the effective dates. Moving to the financial sector, Guaranteed Trust Holding Company PLC GTCO has reported a 107.8% increase in profits before tax, reaching 1.266 trillion naira for the year ending December 31, 2024, up from 609.3 billion in 2023. The group's net loan book expanded by 12.3% to 2.79 trillion naira, while deposit liabilities grew by 37.8% to 10.40 trillion naira during the same period. Total assets and shareholders' funds closed at 14.8 trillion naira and 2.7 trillion naira, respectively. Capital adequacy ratio remained robust at 39.3%, with asset quality sustained as IFRS 9 Stage 3 loans closed at 3.5% at the bank level and 5.2% at the group level in December 2024. The cost of risk also improved, closing at 4.9% from 4.5% in December 2023. Commenting on the results, GTCO's Group Chief Executive Officer, Segun Agbaji, attributed a strong performance to a diversified earnings base across both banking and non-banking subsidiaries. In light of this performance, GTCO has declared a total dividend of 8 naira per share for 2024, reflecting the quality of its earnings and commitment to shareholder value. Turning now to sports. Team Lagos emerged victorious at the maiden Southwest Games, which concluded on March 29, clinching 14 gold, 5 silver, and 2 bronze medals to top the medal table. The event, held at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, Onikon, saw Lagos outclass Ogun, who won 10 gold medals, and Ondo won 3 gold medals. Lagos excelled in table tennis, boxing, and archery, sweeping gold medals in these sports. The team also triumphed in football, defeating Ekiti 5-2 in the final. Convener Dr. Larry Alfred described the games as a platform for youth development, announcing plans for it to become an annual event. He urged continued support from stakeholders to elevate the competition further to greater heights. And as it's on the media news, don't forget we're live on major social media platforms at Souq News TV. On behalf of the production crew, many thanks for watching. I'm Blessing AJ. Good afternoon and stay tuned to Souq News TV for more programs and news.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go, that's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%. That would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. That we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinawo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for a very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of the State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all that you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. We don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as we still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I come to slide up? Yes. So the horrible complaint, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, no confidence in the test. ACTs are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and it's from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, the signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facilities in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, Myshemens. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Dr. Nina Obulafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Souq. Quickly, we're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we going to have them seated again. On stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please. Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically, standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare for some party, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Souq. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Souq as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set the track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic, costed plan of action, the expansion of primary healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable, innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. To say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Your test is negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart a course to elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Isiaka Adekunle. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, there are several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you, all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slides by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Martina because those days when they take your blood test, they must replenish it with a bottle of Martina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and the resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, is achievable in our time. and we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes for my children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. I mean, all of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. You are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we take it. We'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. And I want to commend the farmers and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful, because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and we are doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped also to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Mets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's a result that takes us to that final breathing point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the result. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. By clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor Souq, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was between her eye and her eye. This pre-elimination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Admission and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor Souq, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
as soon as we are done, so we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
The second speaker, Emeka Anslim, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. See, like he's going to learn again while others teach. When he comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader. Productive. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message as leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this a lot. The role of social media. That even as a leader, you need to be conscious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say, I'm the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to...
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. It was content-rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. This is the best use of my time today.
I had to realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who founded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing, and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanu Nwankwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not giving any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman, and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And then when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waide Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashonu. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please, go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in Angle 90, some people in Angle 180, some people in Angle 360, some people in Angle 60, supporting one team. It does not go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. that place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the Supporters Club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the Supporters Club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the Supporters Club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the President General because we have Supporters Club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the Supporters Club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the Supporters Club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the Supporters Club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of Supporters Club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them will not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the Supporters Club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see they're going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money, some of them earning millions, some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos. We have sent advice. We have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football? If we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training. Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off or it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Etiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That is why we're asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored, and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the Naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the Naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the Naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power. And that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And, of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. It was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that, I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know. The discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them. But you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say, Amukun eru ewo, oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we're not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it and We've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Senatorial District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Odeonije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos, as they are now, don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Now, the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there's no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy. A very good afternoon and thank you for joining us on the World News here on Souq News Television. I am Tim Tope Omoli. We begin with African stories as Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger have introduced a 0.5% levy on imported goods to fund their newly formed three-state union. The measure, announced in a statement, applies to all imports except humanitarian aid and takes effect immediately. The levy aims to support the Alliance of Sahel States, which began as a security pact in 2023 and has since expanded into an economic union. The decision marks a major shift from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, which the three nations have chosen to exit. Their departure follows accusations that ECOWAS failed to help combat Islamist insurgencies, destabilizing their regions. This move effectively ends free trade across West Africa and deepens the divide between the Sahel states and regional powers like Nigeria and Ghana. Still in Africa, South Africa's rand strengthened on Monday, rising by 1.1% against the US dollar to trade at 18 rand and 24 cents. The currency's rally was supported by record high gold prices as investors turned to the precious metal amid concerns over a global trade war and economic slowdown. South Africa, a major gold producer, benefited from the commodity surge. Market sentiment also improved in hopes of a breakthrough in budget negotiations between the ruling African National Congress and the Democratic Alliance. While some reports suggested an agreement was close, others indicated talks remained deadlocked. Last week, uncertainty over the budget and U.S. tariff policies caused volatility in the rand. Despite the stronger currency, South Africa's top 40 stock index declined by 0.5%, reflecting cautious investor sentiment. Meanwhile, the nation's benchmark 2030 government bond strengthened, with its yield dropping by 9.5 basis points to 9.06%. Uganda has entered into a significant agreement with the UAE-based Alpha MBM Investments Limited Liability Company to develop a 60,000 barrel per day crude oil in Oema district. Under the terms of the deal, Alpha MBM will hold a 60% stake, while the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC, retains the remaining 40%. The refinery project encompasses the construction of a state-of-the-art facility in Kabele, Ohaima, a fuel storage terminal in Namwabula, Mpigi, a 212-kilometer multi-product pipeline connecting the refinery to the terminal, and the Mbegu water abstraction facility to support operations. This initiative is a cornerstone of Uganda's strategy to add value to its estimated 6.5 billion barrels of crude oil reserves and reduce reliance on imported petroleum products. President Yoweri Museveni emphasized the importance of transitioning from exporting raw materials to producing and exporting refined products, marking a transformative step for the nation's economy. We move away from that and head to China, where the manufacturing sector expanded at its fastest pace in 12 months, with the official Purchasing Managers Index rising to 50.5 in March. The increase, driven by strong new orders, signals improving domestic demand and resilience despite ongoing trade tensions with the United States. Analysts note that infrastructure spending and steady exports have supported growth, though concerns remain over the impact of U.S. tariffs. President Donald Trump is expected to announce additional trade measures which could challenge China's economic stability. China's government has pledged further fiscal stimulus and policy support to sustain economic momentum. With small and medium-sized firms showing improvement, officials aim to boost domestic consumption to counter potential external disruptions. The Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te met with senior officials to assess potential U.S. tariffs and discuss contingency plans. The meeting included Premier Cho Jong-tai and National Security Council Secretary General Joseph Wu, focusing on economic stability and support for affected industries. The U.S. is set to announce tariffs on April 2, targeting nations with significant trade surpluses. Taiwan's trade surplus with the U.S. grew by 83% last year, driven by semiconductor exports. Deputy Finance Minister Frank Zhuan suggested that the electronics sector might avoid major tariffs due to a $100 billion investment by Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company in the U.S. Meanwhile, Taiwan's stock index fell over 3% on tariff concerns. You're still watching the media news here on Souq News Television. We take a break now and we'll return with more stories. Don't go away. Thanks for staying with us. India is strengthening its strategic partnerships in the Gulf, Middle East, and North Africa to enhance economic and political ties. The Minister of State for External Affairs, Pabitra Margarita, told Parliament that India recently formalized partnerships with Qatar and Kuwait, reinforcing its commitment to the region. These agreements aim to boost investment, secure energy resources,
and advanced technology collaborations. India plans to mobilize private sector capital to modernize infrastructure, decarbonize industries, and develop green technologies, further solidifying its influence in the region. The expansion aligns with India's broader foreign policy strategy of deepening cooperation in trade, security, and innovation. Officials say the partnerships will strengthen people-to-people ties and support economic growth, positioning India as a key player in regional affairs. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde urged Europe to take control of its future as U.S. tariffs on aluminium, steel, and automobiles take effect April 2nd. She called it a pivotal moment for economic independence. Lagarde warned the tariffs could cut Europe's growth by 0.3 percentage points or 0.5 if Europe retaliates. She criticized U.S. President Donald Trump's transactional approach to international relations. Trump, calling it Liberation Day, plans broader tariffs on Chinese imports. European stocks have dropped, raising recession fears as leaders weigh countermeasures. Investors are increasing bets on a stronger, more independent Europe as defense, banking, and renewable energy sectors surge. European banks are up 26% this year, while defense stocks have gained 33%, driven by major spending plans. Germany's infrastructure and defense investments could exceed 1 trillion euros, fueling economic growth. The European Union's plan to borrow 150 billion euros for defense signals deeper financial integration. Renewable energy firms are also gaining as Europe pushes for energy independence. With tariffs reshaping markets, investors are looking at long-term opportunities in key European industries. Gold prices soared past $3,100 per ounce, reaching a record high as investors turn to the metal as a safe haven. The surge follows concerns over U.S. President Donald Trump's tariff plans, which could escalate a global trade war. Spot gold rose by 0.6% to $3,103, gaining more than 8% in March. Market analysts link the price spike to rising economic uncertainty, with traders closely watching Trump's expected tariff announcements on April 2nd and 3rd. The U.S. dollar index also dipped, making gold more attractive to investors holding other currencies. Some experts predict a possible price correction if tariffs are less severe than feared. Gold has climbed over 18% this year, prompting banks to revise their 2025 price forecast. Meanwhile, silver, platinum, and palladium also posted gains for the month. Federal Reserve policymakers remain cautious, with some reconsidering expected interest rate cuts based on recent inflation data. Global banks are set for a substantial trading return record in first quarter in 2025, driven by market volatility. BCG expand project 7 to 9% revenue growth, with the top 5 U.S. banks expected to earn $34 billion. Equities trading may rise 25%, while fixed income and commodities remain steady. Shifting economic trends, including artificial intelligence, U.S. tariffs, and Germany's stimulus, have fueled trading. Equities desk benefit from portfolio rebalancing as the Standard & Poor's 500 falls 9% and European markets rise 7%. While trading thrives, advisory and underwriting struggle, and hedge funds face losses from market swings. Banks focus on client flows over speculation has boosted revenues, with further gains expected as volatility continues. Let's bring you more stories right after this break. Don't go away. Thanks for staying with us. Oil prices today declined despite U.S. President Donald Trump's warning of potential secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil. Brent crude futures for June delivery fell by 21 cents to 72.55 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate dropped by 27 cents to 69.09 per barrel. Analysts suggest that traders are skeptical about the likelihood of these tariffs being enforced and are concerned that such measures could escalate into a broader trade conflict, potentially dampening global economic growth and reducing oil demand. In parallel, the OPEC Plus alliance plans to increase oil production starting in April with intentions to continue in May, which may further influence global oil supply and prices. The cryptocurrency markets lost over $130 billion in value as investors reacted to the upcoming tariffs set to take effect this week under President Donald Trump's trade policies. Bitcoin fell below $82,000, extending its losing streak to 7 days. Market analysts cite investor concerns over the economic impact of the tariffs, which will affect over $1 trillion in imports. Major cryptocurrencies, including Ethereum and Ripple, also suffered double-digit losses as the sell-off continued. Despite the downturn, institutional investors maintain interest in Bitcoin, with analysts divided on whether the market will rebound or see further declines. Observers are closely watching Trump's tariff policies and their broader impact on global finance. Colombia's central bank is expected to resume interest rate cuts, with analysts predicting a reduction of 25 basis points to 9.25%. This move comes as two new board members and the finance minister cast their first votes, potentially shifting the bank's policy direction. While most analysts anticipate a cut, some warn that inflation pressures and fiscal concerns could lead to another pause. The previous rate decision in January maintained the benchmark at 9.5% after an initial reduction cycle began in December 2023. Projections suggest the rate will drop further, with estimates placing it at 7.75% by year-end. However, ongoing economic uncertainties and global financial conditions may influence future decisions. U.S. President Donald Trump has suggested he might seek a third term in office, stating that he's not joking about the idea. Speaking in a phone interview, he claimed there are ways to bypass the constitutional limits which restricts presidents to 2 terms. Trump, who still disputes the 2020 election loss, told reporters that many people have urged him to run again. However, legal experts stress that the 22nd Amendment, enacted in 1951, bars any president from serving more than 2 terms. Democratic lawmakers have condemned Trump's remarks, calling them a threat to democracy. Political analysts note that such statements fuel ongoing debates about his influence over the Republican Party and future election strategies. Spain is considering a joint bid with Portugal and Morocco to host the 2035 FIFA Women's World Cup. The trio is already set to co-host the 2030 Men's World Cup and aims to extend their partnership to women's football. FIFA recently opened the bidding process for the tournament, encouraging nations to express interest. Spain's potential bid reflects its growing influence in global football following its women's team World Cup victory in 2023. If successful, the bid would mark the first time the Women's World Cup is hosted across 2 continents. FIFA is expected to finalize the host selection process within the next few years. And that's the size of our package on the World News this afternoon. Remember that you can keep up with our programming on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. My name is Tim Sopel-Molly. Thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former Commissioner of Finance. I was a Commissioner of Finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a Commissioner of Finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed Commissioner of Finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a Commissioner of Taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask then to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seeing himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my turn is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will increase to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the vat that has been generated. Consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to state where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. The state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the depression has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence
in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%, of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are reliant on levies, charges, etc., for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASEMI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to pay them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2 over 3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1 over 3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government, because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself, and then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds, because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell them to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support. from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation. And even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net, and pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority, and you will just be asking for help all the time. Well, you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country, who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are first to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60, So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are sufficient.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi. Both at at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, And those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money. From telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textual sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority. photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
Jimmy Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovier is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovier. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovier are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovier enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovier authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovier, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovier remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media
Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.